Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you live from the outskirts of the internet. This is the Gaming Saloon for January 9th, 2015, with your hosts, Spacebreaker248, Rabbit Epsilon, and Tommy Gun 2442.
Hello.
We
Clock be
have,
silent.
yes, he,
Sorry, hi.
he being super silent, concentrating on things.
I
Uh,
Probably
found something and
Inquisition.
I found something and I'm kind of this is questionable.
is it a thing that is already in the list of articles?
He mutes his mic.
Words, sentences, phrases.
He muted his mic.
Well,
Yep. Uh,
fan fucking tastic. So yeah, we have a short ass week this week in terms of news because there was dick all in terms of news. In all honesty,
yeah.
Okay.
for those wondering, I dig through about 7 Twitter feeds and then to accumulate articles to talk about, and most of that Twitter feed was dedicated to Best of the Year awards and other nominations and other talk like that, which helps us dick all in order to talk about things.
Pretty much.
Because we already did that informally, because we don't give out like Best of the Year awards because we don't care enough. Was your game good this year? Yes, then you deserve praise. Was your game bad this year? Yes, then you deserve to be smacked upside the face. Was your game forgettable? Yes, then we didn't talk about you.
Oh god.
That's how it breaks down.
Jeremy,
Yes.
are you the one streaming your video? Or
For
is
T
it Tommy?
for TGS, that's Tommy.
Okay. Jeremy, take a look at this and tell me if you think that would be a good quick draw.
Hey dingbat. You do realize I've got the title card up right now because we've not technically started articles yet.
So wait, that means you can look at it?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It,
I'm
it's
And
sorry.
kind it's kind
actually
of
I
how
think
this
I
whole.
saw that somewhere. In all
I'm
seriousness.
I've not seen this.
I'm curious. It's curious. It looks
Like I haven't seen images for it, but I've seen the name somewhere. Might have been on
I've seen
YouTube when I was watching something else.
it's
I've
like an
seen nothing for
alien
this.
DayZ with Minecraft elements.
You do
Oh.
realize that why don't you just go ahead and do your quick draw now since you're trying to.
No, I don't want to.
Well then.
Because I don't know if I want that to be my quick draw. That's my question.
Well, fucking throw it in there because it sounds good enough.
What, throw it
Yeah.
in as a quick draw or
Yes. No, throw it in as an articles last minute. That's totally how we operate.
This stuff like this is why we check the articles the day before. Even though
Mm-hmm.
someone doesn't look at the articles. Ever. No comment, apparently.
Nope.
because it's true?
At least you
At
know it's
least
true.
you're willing to admit it.
I kind of do what Glock does to a point. I read the titles because most of the links you post have the title in them.
That's what makes doing up the full article for TGS very easy because I'm just like looking at me like, okay, what is this? Oh, it's that article. Okay, I'm gonna do a title for that real quick.
Yeah, it
Because I
makes it
make up my
super
own,
easy.
yeah, because I make up my own titles for links because I feel like it.
But yeah, I'll glance through the titles of them. I won't actually look at the article. That way, I've still got that kind of this is new to me feel, but I know what it's about at least.
Yes. And if we're all ready, we can talk about our first one, which is a Smash Brothers Brawl mod.
that I think looks awesome.
Yeah, I forgot to say we might watch the video. Granted, I have not seen the video for this, so I don't know what's involved in the video.
I don't know how. Oh, it's only a 6-minute video. Since we've got a
Oh,
short week, we probably could.
yeah. Anyway, YouTube user Sleepy Jirachi uploaded a video of the upcoming Poke Brawl mod for Smash Brothers Brawl. For all of you who might be getting a little tired of the Wii U and 3DS versions, you want to go back to Brawl. Blasphemous, I know, but hang on, there's more. As the title of the mod implies, it adds a bunch of extra playable Pokemon fighters to the game's roster. Uh, in the video, we got a fight between Ganondorf, Blaziken, Mewtwo, and Electrieve. That Ganondorf, I believe, is supposed to be Darkrai. Oops. Using models of the Pokemon already preset inside Brawl from the Pokeballs you throw to summon support. Sleepy Jirachi added custom movesets and animations to each Pokemon, so they get the feel of being unique fighters that remain faithful to their original characters, aka exactly what Smash Bros. Tries to do.
Huh.
Except for the whole reusing models, they don't do that. Because I think every single fighter is a brand new model every iteration. None of it's reused. If there's a model reused, it's in the trophies. Which I will find this funny because speaking of the Wii U version for a second, apparently there's leaked. Apparently people have hacked the whole amiibo support thing for the Wii U version and found out that there is data for a Duck Hunt and a Mr. Game and Watch amiibo trophy. And for those wondering if that Mr. Game and Watch trophy will be amiibo will be flat, it won't. Mr. Game and Watch is not flat.
Huh.
Yeah, no, he has depth to his character model. You just can't tell.
He looks flat.
Yes, but he is a full 3D model.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Because when you start blurring the lines between 2D and 3D, that's where problems occur.
yeah. See, back to the mod anyway. Let's see, it's currently in beta. It was on hiatus for a while, but it's back and it's working once again. We got Blaziken, Blastoise, Jirachi, Electrieve, Meloetta, Venusaur, and Typhlosion as playable characters. More will be added. They're also looking for anyone with Brawl modding experience. I suggest you hit up anyone from Project M, because I think they're the only people who mod Brawl. I swear. And they don't just mod Brawl; they overhaul it. Because they're like, oh, we're gonna make changes to existing characters. We're gonna add in new characters. We're gonna add in new costumes. We're gonna do all sorts of fun stuff. So they're looking for help to do custom movesets. That's pretty much it. And we can see this fight.
Huh. How hard would it be to mod the Wii U?
Well, first and
Or
foremost,
the Wii, actually. My bad.
well, yeah, that's the way. The how you use the data for Project M is actually through an SD card. So everything has to fit onto an SD card.
I would
And I
assume the same would stand for this.
Yes. And I would assume you're working under slightly limited situations because you're not working on a PC copy of the version, so you don't have access to everything unless you have some homebrew content that allows you to just access the code and all that stuff.
Huh.
So I would say it's more work than a mod for any PC game, but
But it's
the
not
more
impossible.
no. I think the more work is just being able to get access to the game and figure out how the hell to mod this to begin with.
Huh.
Because you have to have that whole workaround of this is a console game. We just can't go, boop, put this in your files. Put this in the folder and it will work. No, you can't do that. We have to find out. We have to find some way to make this stuff executable using a console and not breaking the console in the process. So a lot of the hard work is not in like the modding; it's in the how do we get this mod to cooperate with game.
Huh. That's
Alright.
kind of a complicated look at it, really.
Well, modding is a complicated business,
True.
and from the character selection we have Pikachu, Blastoise, Venusaur, Charizard, Lucario, and Jigglypuff. Jirachi, Meloetta, a Scizor who's named Falco, a Rotom who's named Luigi using, I think that's Dream World artwork, not an in-game model. Same with that. Oh fuck, I forgot his name.
Uh,
I can't think of his name. It's from Ruby and Sapphire. Kyroke? Is it Kyroke? That's also using Wonderland art. No, this says Bowser. Mew as Ness, using more Wonderland artwork, and Mario's Gyarados. There's something funny there. I swear that's Pokemon Snap. I swear. Like that has to be Pokemon Snap, but I don't think it is. Also, I think Darkrai is using Dream World artwork. All right,
huh.
we all set.
Yep. Also refresh.
I am too.
All right, starting up the video then in three, two,
Wait, wait,
one.
wait, 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 wait. Stupid Flash.
Ah, ah,
Damn it.
ah,
Clock.
ah, ah,
Whoops.
ah, 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 ah,
It wasn't my fault. Flash is being a douche.
wah, 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 wah. Wah.
Okay.
Damn it, XSplit cooperate. Okay.
The-
And I think they ripped that Mewtwo straight out of Melee.
Probably.
Yeah, they ripped that Mewtwo straight out of Melee. Granted, I wouldn't think Mewtwo would be that hard to mod because a lot of the files are already there. Yeah. In case for those wondering, Mewtwo is in Brawl. He just got cut, but there's files that still there are like internal like anime. I think there's like texture files and other related Mewtwo files in the game
Huh.
for him.
Almost makes you
Okay.
wonder if Ice Climbers is actually still in the files for the Wii U Smash.
As far as I know, the only thing remaining of Ice Climbers in Smash 4 is actually in the 3DS version, and that is a glitch that is kind of randomly occurring that causes the announcers to, or not the announcers, the crowd to chant for the Ice Climbers. That is the only thing remaining as far as I know.
Huh.
Why
Outs-
again did they take the Ice Climbers out?
Hardware limitations.
Yeah, they couldn't get the Ice Climbers to work on the 3DS version.
So they had to take it out of the Wii U version?
To make it
Yes.
even. Yes.
Yes.
What they basically didn't want happen was the fact of coming out saying the Ice Climbers aren't in the 3DS version, but they're in the Wii U version, which would then push a lot of people to only buy the Wii U version.
Because it has that one exclusive character, and they don't want to do that. Like, exclusive
One
stages are...
exclusive character isn't going to push everyone to buy one
Oh,
console.
you don't know how big of an uproar there was over that then.
Were they really as upset as I was?
I mean, yeah. That would have made or broke the 3DS version. I
Yeah,
had
and
a
there's
feeling.
exclusive a lot, and there's a lot of other stuff that is exclusive to the two, and exclusive to each game. There are game modes exclusive to each game. There are stages exclusive to each game. There are trophies exclusive to each game. But the thing about all that is, they're made for that platform. Smash Run is made for the 3DS platform. There are trophies that are specifically for portable titles on the 3DS. There are stages meant to represent portable titles of the past on the 3DS version. The Wii U represents more of the console side of Nintendo. So having the Ice Climbers be on one and not be on the other kind of breaks one of their main design uh, goals, I would think, of there is a roster that spans both games. There is no difference in the roster. There's difference in other things, but when it comes to the fighters, the thing that people really give a shit about, they're the same. Because trust me when I say this, people give more shit about who's in Smash than anything else.
Yeah, that's what's funny. They didn't
Yes.
have to go in and make all the different kinds of story stuff that they have over the years. They wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Quite frankly, same kind of setup with Smash that we had back at the first one would still work now if they had the same roster. Like if they've got the updated rosters,
Mm-hmm.
that gameplay would still work because like you said, people look for who's in it, not what's in it.
Yeah. People have demanded Geno be added to Smash Brothers from Legend of the Seven Stars, the Super Mario RPG. Although people forgetting the small little tinty winty little problem when it comes to Super Mario RPG and when it comes to what Nintendo does and does not own when when it comes to that game. Because technically, if it wasn't originally Nintendo, I think Square Enix owns it in terms of that game. Because Square Enix were the ones who made that game.
True.
So Mallow, Geno, like I think everything else that was created for that game, I think is owned by Square Enix. And Square Enix doesn't have the best relationship with Nintendo these days, or ever, like since like N64 era,
Okay, Square really doesn't have a good relationship with anyone.
except Disney.
True.
But that's only because Disney's like, here's our properties, make money, and they're like, okay, print, 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 copy, print. It's like a Kingdom Hearts games will make us money no matter how fucking useless it is in terms of story.
Even though they think that a Final Fantasy game would.
Yes. Anyway, we all set on the video again?
Yes.
I think if Flash doesn't want to be a douche again.
Okay. Trying once more with feeling in three, two, one, go.
Yay! Thank you, Flash.
Why are we getting Beethoven?
I don't
Because
know.
it fits with action?
No.
It don't fit with Pokemon.
Not this Beethoven.
It totally fits.
Also, Electrave just popped up out from under Blaziken right there. Oops. Okay, seriously, this music just does not go with this
This is
gameplay
not
at
fit.
fucking all.
Okay, does anyone notice how Blaziken is literally just a reskin of
Captain Falcon,
Captain Falcon?
I'm not surprised. Everyone has a. There are characters that will share movesets between the two. Although I'm surprised that Blaziken doesn't have the Ganondorf portrait on him like Darkrai does,
Yeah.
because technically Ganondorf and Captain Falcon share the moveset. Also, there's a ledge there that you can hop on.
Is that an actual thing, though?
What?
The ledge.
I don't think it's supposed to, but it's there.
So it's something they potentially broke.
I think there's a ledge there because they're using another stage in order to get this stage. So the
Oh
ledge
God, the
still
song
exists.
keeps going.
Black, it's an orchestra piece. It will probably go on for like 12 minutes. Also, Mewtwo stuck in the ground.
Oh God.
And Electivire is
He-
stuck in the wall.
Electrify. Electrify? I don't remember how to fucking pronounce his name. Blaziken actually doesn't share much of Captain Falcon's moves now that I'm watching him. Okay, that move is shared. That's actually a fox move.
Yeah, that's Fox's moves.
Yeah, that was a fox move.
Now I realize that now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fox move too.
He's sharing
That's
Fox's
Foxfire.
moveset.
Yeah. Actually, it's a little bit of Captain Falcon because Fox doesn't use the knee, but Falcon uses the knee. Mewtwo looks like they pulled him right out of Melee.
Which you don't know how far they actually had him in Brawl before they decided to cut him.
As far as I know, it's not like a working character, but there's like bits and pieces. Like, there's no final smash from Mewtwo in there.
But there might be enough for people to go off of, kind of deal.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But I'm like just like doing a few little quick touches on Mewtwo, and he's in there. No, it's not.
No, that's not what I was meaning with that anyhow. Just a case of they don't have to do as much work. Because some of the resources is already there.
Yeah. Also, I will say this: if we get fucking flagged for this song, I'm gonna laugh my ass off because this is actually free domain.
You know what? Now that you're mentioning that, I will laugh if that happens.
So I'm like, Beethoven is fucking free domain. It is old enough to be free domain. Fuck you.
It's like, I am waiting on
Mhm.
YouTube to try to flag the background music that I have in my Halo videos.
Mhm.
Because when they do, I will dispute that. Because that is in their free use music. That is one of those, I will dispute that one simply because if you're going to put it up as free, then it's free, damn it.
Oh, you're using a little free music in there?
Yep.
Oh.
That way it's not just dead and me talking.
Do you give credit in the description?
Now that you're mentioning that, I think I do need to go back and do that. But
Bravo, good sir. Also, apparently, Electivire is using DK as a base, I guess?
looks like it.
Well, I know he's using the DK emblem. That might have been some DK. Kind of. No. Yeah, I don't reckon move offhand. Or that move, so that might be the more custom move set out of everyone here.
I don't quite understand how this works. The whole percentage thing.
The higher the percentages, the further you go flying.
Wait. Glock, have you never played Smash?
No.
Okay, I know what we need to get setting up then.
Smash on the N64.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Like, I have legitimately never gotten the chance to play it.
I did not
Okay,
know that.
essentially the percentage isn't a health bar, it is how much damage you've taken. The more damage you've taken, the farther you can go flying. If you fly far enough off screen, you're KO'd. That is the
It's
bare bones
interesting.
basics of Smash.
It's interesting. Okay.
And it gets chaotic.
Wait,
Yes.
isn't there some kind of a new Pokemon type game that's supposed to be like Smash coming out soon? I think it's like Pokken.
Uh, no, because that's made by the Tekken people. That's not going to be Smash. That's going to be a Tekken game with Pokemon characters in it.
It's basically
Kind of
going to be
interesting.
inverse Smash.
Yes. Of course, from there you have the whole idea of you've got a shield, you got smash attacks, you got regular attacks, you've got they moving all these moves, you got taunts, you've got all this other like complex stuff, especially once you get to the competitive level of it. Which, like, go watch competitive Smash, which because that exists, it does, and people are very serious about it, and see that
He just cut off.
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Okay.
fuck can I just cut off? My mic is on continuous transmission. I can't cut off.
I
Oh,
don't know what happened, but it did cut off.
Apparently
it's.
my internet my internet's been derping today.
Are you sure it's on continuous transmission?
It is on continuous
It's on,
transmission.
it's on continuous.
Do you not see the light not going off when I stop talking?
Okay, got him.
It's on continuous.
Mm-hmm. I had that set up for recording, and I have left it alone because I found a way to not worry about it. Anyway, yeah, the competitive Smash is really ridiculous when you see the shit they do.
But I did not realize you have not played Smash, Glock. We have to fix that.
Yes.
Is it fun?
Yes. Like once you understand the game, it is fun. Because Smash has clones of characters. There is no getting around that with a fighting game. But everyone feels right. Everyone feels right at home from their series.
Yeah, it's not a case of you've got a character that you're used to thinking of them a certain way and they're doing a moveset that should fit a completely different character. It all fits.
Yeah, they're literally pulling moves from their games. Mega Man uses a ton of moves from the bosses he's beaten in various Mega Man games. Uh, Mario uses various different things from his franchise's history. Hell, he even uses Flood, which replaces Down Smash, which was an asshole thing to do. Just saying. And if they don't, they come up with stuff that fits the character. Like for Fox, they go back to the origins of the myth or the myths that Fox is kind of based off on. That Ninetales Fox, that's where the Foxfire and the Illusion Dash come from.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah, they're technically not from any Star Fox game, but they come from the fact that Fox is an anthropomorphic fox, and he could be considered I forget the name of it.
Uh,
Essentially, it's what Ninetales is based off of. Pretty much anything that's Ninetales is essentially based off that. That's what the Foxfire is for. From. And you have, let's see who else. Bowser's got all his moves. Hell, Bowser's Final Smash is a callback to a secret boss from Melee, which is Giga Bowser, which looks badass as fucking hell. Like seriously, it looks super badass. Also frightening as all hell when you realize, oh god, I had to fight that as a final boss in Melee. Nope. 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 Yeah. All sorts of things. Anyway, any other thoughts on the Poke Bro?
Definitely will be interesting to see more of it as it develops.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, right now it looks like it's getting there. Like, there's still some things that need to probably be tweaked.
Well, it is in beta.
Right. But it's honestly impressive that it's at least playable right now. Especially with what you've told me about trying to mod consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Glock's got no other thoughts. We've got a thing to talk about.
Yep.
I assume Glock has no other thoughts because he's extremely silent.
Eh.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Scott Cawthorn's little lightning in a bottle. He's teased another one. Five Nights 3 is apparently in development. If you take this teaser as, hey, the game's in development. We have no other information at the moment.
How much money has this guy made off of these games?
I wouldn't say Minecraft money, but I would assume enough.
Quite frankly, though, I can't blame him for wanting to push as much out of this as possible. If you think about how many fan made variants of even the first one there is out there, it's showing he's at least opening a door to a different look at horror games.
Yeah. He has found a golden egg and he has everything he needs to do more. And to be honest, Five Nights 2 is a huge improvement over Five Nights 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like like Five Nights 1 is like, oh, it's like, oh, I'm safe behind the doors. Five Nights 2 goes,
What doors?
mask.
Yeah.
It's like, what
Remember
doors?
those
Oh,
doors? No.
it's like, well, I can put on a mask, but if I put on the mask, I can't access my cameras. And if I can't access my cameras, I can't tune the music box. If the music box comes, the puppet kills me. So I got to tune the music box, but I got to put on the mask to avoid everyone else. And then they got all this stuff. And if BB gets there, he knocks out my flashlight. And then I can't get my flashlight, someone's going to kill me. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he took what started out as a fairly simple game,
Mm-hmm.
mechanics wise. I know the game itself was not really that simple, but mechanics wise, and exploded that.
Yeah.
And for that, I honestly give him applause for that one,
Mm-hmm.
because that's impressive.
And he threw everybody for a loop on the fucking story. It's just like, you thought you knew Five Nights at Freddy's. Think again! As I refer to you game theories, two different videos on the story of this fucking franchise now. And I'm calling it a franchise. Two different videos on the story of this. And I will say, go watch the second one because it is very interesting. And trying to piece together the fuck is going on in this game. Of games. Because just saying, like, oh, Five Nights 2 is a prequel, no. You haven't even scratched the surface of what the fuck is going on here. There's like, I want to say like Dark Souls level of super interpretation of what the fuck is going on. Because you're literally
There's
having
some,
to go.
there is some dark crap that goes on in those games. supposedly. It
Well,
it it gets dark.
Dark Souls is a dark game too, but I just mean like in
No,
terms
I
of
mean
you.
I'm talking about going back to the whole topic of Five Nights at Freddy's. You've seen the second game theories thing.
Yeah,
It gets dark.
and bear in mind you have to interpret all that. None of that is spelled out.
Yeah, it's not
None.
spelled out, but once they explain it, it's pretty clear that it's there.
Yeah, that's why I make the Dark Souls comparison because nothing's explained in Dark Souls.
But
Nothing.
it's there.
Not a goddamn thing. You have to interpret everything. You have to dig for the fucking story of that game.
But it's worth it.
Right, and it's kind of different from Final Fantasy 13, where they decide we're gonna shove the story into the database or Destiny. We're gonna shove the story in the Grimoire. No, the story is there. You just have to piece it together. It's like a puzzle instead of here's a dictionary. That's what Destiny and Final Fantasy 13 do. Here's a dictionary. There's your story. What Dark Souls and Five Nights do? Here's a puzzle box with a puzzle. Get your story there. They're making you work for the story. You have to play amateur detective, which I applaud them for that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Also, here's the interesting though. Five Nights 1 came out August 2014. Five Nights 2 came out November 2014. That's about a 3 month difference between the two games.
Yep.
And they literally just dropped Five Nights 2. Or he
Yeah.
just literally dropped Five Nights 2. It's just like, boom, it's out.
Yeah, I don't think he did any kind of teasing for it. It was
Oh
just
no,
a here it is.
he did little teasers here and there, but he never gave a definitive release date. Like the most we got was a demo. I think like 2 days before the game came out.
Oh wow.
It's like because I remember watching a video of Markiplier playing the demo for Five Nights 2, and then hearing that Five Nights 2 was out, and I was like, well, I don't know what more to say. So, following this logic, if we go 3 months in the future, which should be
Next month.
February, yeah, February, Five Nights 3 shall haunt many YouTubers' lives off in February.
Again.
Because let's be honest, they're all gonna do it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so since we're on this topic, what's your theory of when this is going to take place, or where, for that matter?
Five Nights 3?
In the storyline, where do you think it's going to take place? Is it going to be one of the other? Is it going to be one of the three main Freddy Fazbear's pizzerias, or is it possibly going to lead back to the original shop?
I would assume that this will be a true sequel to the story.
To which story?
The next in fucking line in terms of the fucking story. We're not doing this whole sequel, prequel, whatnot bullshit. I'm talking the next story in the fucking timeline.
Well, here's what I'm saying. It's obvious that the first one is the newest Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes.
The second one is the second Five Nights at Freddy's. The only one that's left is the original not the second Five Nights at Freddy's. The second Fazbear Pizza. The only one that's left is the very first Fazbear Pizzas, other than the original shop. Which leads me to wonder, how can it be a sequel? Are they going to go with the same topic? They decided to go to another decided to go to another place, and yet they brought the animatronics that were haunted instead of building more.
Here's what I'm assuming is going to happen. Let's not get into the whole prequel sequel whatnot. No, let's put that all aside. Let's assume we're moving forward in a story. We're not moving back, like way back, because I believe Five Nights 2 really sets in stone a lot of the stuff previous and shows where the hell this all started and gets us up through 2, through the entirety of what happened in 2 and the entirety of what happened in 1. I think we need to move past the story in 1 and 3. We need to move forward. So whatever happens there, I don't know. I'm going to assume, and personally this would be what I would like to see, is possibly them trying to figure out a way to stop this. Is 3 is somehow tells the story of how this is all put to an end. That this whole long curse that has spanned like 20 some odd years, apparently, is over by the end of 3. Like, they've exorcised the ghost, they have solved the final mysteries, and everything's okay. Because that would be a perfect trilogy, in my opinion.
Fair enough. But do you think it's going to solidify the theories that have been going around? Do you think it's going to kind of make a broad statement as to what was truly going on in the final game?
Considering Scott has, like, teased, no, long before anyone thought the animatronics were haunted, he teased that they were that Fazbear's was haunted. I think he knows exactly what's going on. Like, he knows exactly the story he wants to tell. Whether or not he's going to make it perfectly clear, I don't know. I think at best we'll have a almost clear picture of what happened, but there will still be little details here and there that we're going to be unsure of. And they're just going to be things we speculate on for years when it comes to this story.
Because I mean,
You
you
know,
got to admit, he has been really freaking good at just kind of being vague with everything, but leaving enough there so that people start to question.
I kind of just got a weird thought that could possibly be the idea behind it.
What?
Perhaps what you're saying might be right, Glock. Maybe this one he's gonna go back even before 2 and tell another story, but what the theory behind it is, the player is supposed to be acting like a detective trying to piece together the stories of the 3 incidences and kind of leave it more up to player interpretation rather than the story itself all being held completely within the game.
Well, in that aspect, it would be a better idea to do this game and then a fourth game as sort of, all right, you've seen all of the games, now go back, think about everything that occurred throughout the 3 games, look at all of the contents, and then interpret what you think happened.
So what you're saying is the third game will take us back even further, back
No,
to
it won't. It won't take you back much further. It'll only take you back to the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, because you know that there are 3 Fazbear's Pizza, and then there is the original shop. But we're excluding the original shop, even though I think my expectation is that that's where it actually happened, where the incident actually happened. But I'm not positive. I can't remember what game theory thought. Anyway,
I can tell you what the game theory.
where did the actual murder take place? Was it the original shop
essentially
or
here, essentially here's how it breaks down. It all comes down to the death mini games. This is where a lot of the story comes into play. That's where we got a lot of the information.
yeah.
The death mini game that involves Freddy giving out presents to various kids shows us the first death that occurred. This was the death that made the puppet haunted.
I guess yeah, it didn't really. Wait, the puppet. Are you talking about the marionette?
Yes, the puppet.
That's a fair point because there were a lot of people that were questioning that, and that's what I always thought was it was the first puppet or the
That was their
first
final
death.
point at the end, is comparing the model of the kid that died and then died in that mini game to the puppet's character model, and they look similar. It brings it. That's when the puppet was haunted, and from there, several kids were murdered throughout the process, and the puppet was the one who imbued the kids into the animatronics.
He was like the guiding them, like the wayward soul type thing.
Yes, the puppet has been the one behind everything. He's been the one continuing. He's been the one that's been, I wouldn't say perpetuating events, but keeping this cycle kind of going.
What I don't understand is the fact that the phone guy mentioned Foxy.
Yes.
And in two, one of the minigame deaths, it showed Foxy seeing the killer.
Yes. Again, if you watch Game Theory's video, they explain the phone guy there
I've seen the video.
is the murder.
That's what I'm saying. Like I've seen the video, but I'm questioning that because it seems like Foxy would be the one that I don't know. It feels like there's a missing link to Foxy.
That's why I'm kind of thinking 3 might go back, maybe not super far, but maybe far enough to kind of answer some remaining questions.
Yeah.
Because Foxy was the one in the third death.
There's no order to them unless you put the order in place. They are randomly generated.
They were randomly generated, but it was obvious that the puppet was the first one. My
Yes.
guess is that Foxy was around the third because that would mean that it would have to take place. One moment.
But that's why I'm kind of thinking what I am. Almost I'm almost wondering if maybe his goal isn't making Five Nights at Freddy's a horror game, but more so being along the lines of a detective game, just with the horror aspect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Anyway, what I was saying was the reason I was asking is because the fact that if that is the case, if the theory about the phone guy being the murderer is correct, that would mean that Foxy seeing the phone guy kill them would have to be around a good enough time period for the fact that the phone guy is still alive. But it's obvious that the timeline shows that the murder would have had to have happened sometime during Five Nights 2. It couldn't have happened any time during Five Nights 3 if Five Nights 3 goes back because the way they've been going on through the Five Nights games is they've been going to the different restaurants. My assumption is they're going to hit the third restaurant and hit the base of what started everything. And my problem with that is the questionable part of Foxy, the fact that Foxy still has that missing link there because it seems like Foxy would have been the. Because if you think back to the Bite of 87 theory, I think is what it was. The Bite of 87 theory. I can't remember what year it was.
It's the Bite 87.
What time was that in. What time was Five Nights 2 taking place?
If I remember game theory correctly, they postulated that Five Nights 2 takes place just before the Bite of 87 incident, and the phone guy essentially sets it up to where you, the player of Five Nights 2, are the victim of the Bite of 87.
Hmm.
And Glock, your whole postulating about the connection with Foxy, you're forgetting about the Purple Man.
Yeah, the Purple Man is supposedly the phone guy,
Uh huh.
but it doesn't. I feel like there's something that's not
There's not
connected.
anything missing, Glock. I think you're overthinking it.
I want to see solid. I want to see solid stuff before I actually agree with the fact that phone guy is the murderer.
That's what I think you're not gonna have though.
Yeah.
That's kind of what my little concept there
If it's not
is.
solid evidence, I want there to be enough speculation towards him, enough of it, because the two games did kind of lean toward him as the murderer, but it was still questionable.
But see, there again.
Questionable how.
But but see, there again. That gets back to what I'm saying. Perhaps it's a case of he's wanting it to be at the player's speculation.
Yeah.
He's
And
giving
I'm
enough clues about each game, in his opinion, for each player to make his or her own decision on what they think happened.
Yeah.
And I think 3 is going to add into that and possibly allow people to start connecting at least a few dots to where it gets everyone on the same track, not necessarily at the same answer.
Yeah. Glock, I think the rabbit hole you're falling into is you're questioning too much. You have all the pieces there. I think game theory pretty much covers all the bases in terms of Five Nights 2 in terms of story. I think they've got the whole picture there. The rabbit hole I think you're falling into is you're questioning things too much. You're looking for more there than when there's not. That's your problem.
But the thing is, if there's enough there, why is he creating a third game?
Because
If there
he's
was
not
enough,
all the way there.
there's something missing. There has to be something missing if he's creating a third game, unless he just wants to dish something out for cash and it's going to be crappy and he's going to lose all of his credit and he'll
Oh,
For
never be able to create another
okay,
game again.
okay, to this I say, for all we know, 1 and 2 might have all the information that you're supposed to know right now.
yeah,
It could be a case of he's withholding information in the first 2 games, and that's where the third one's picking up. I'm
yeah,
not saying there's holes missing. I'm just saying right now he's apparently gave enough for people to think whatever they want.
yeah. And also, Glock, you're
3 needs
working.
to come in now and kind of connect a few of those dots to get everyone moving on the same path.
Yeah. Also, Glock, you're working there the assumption that 3 will be a prequel, when there is no pattern to establish that it will be a prequel. Just because we go back to a previous Fazbear's in 2 doesn't mean we're going to go back to another Fazbear's in 3. That
But how could they move on from 1?
He could hit. Okay.
Nothing is solved at the end of 1. The animatronics are still haunted. Fazbear still is around.
Here is my
Nothing's
thing.
solved one way or
Yeah.
the other. I mean, you could go forward or
Who died at
backwards
the
in the
end of
story.
1? Who died at the end of 1?
The phone guy died at the end of 1. But that means nothing. We clearly see that the animatronics are still haunted. So just because phone guy dies doesn't mean that it's like, oh, we killed the guy who killed us. Everything is okay now.
No,
No!
it's not
Hauntings
that
don't
it's
work like that.
okay. It's not that it's okay. It's not anything like that. What's going to happen is they're going to find the phone guy's body because who's going to hide the phone guy's body? The animatronics aren't. They're going to try to stuff him in the Golden Freddy suit, which is going to bring the Golden Freddy suit to life when none of the children at the Freddy's Fazbear's Pizza have seen the Golden Freddy suit. So when they see the Golden Freddy suit, something's going to be up. The manager's going to want to know what the heck happened. He's going to check the Golden Freddy suit and he's going to find a dead body in it. So what's that going to do? That's going to shut down the business. No more Freddy Fazbear's.
Right.
There is no way to go from
That's
one
okay. That's
into
one theory.
another.
That's one
I
theory
see
right
no
there.
way for it to go through.
But 2 shows that even with 5 kids fucking murdered in the place, they can still reopen under a new name. This stuff keeps getting bought. People still buy in and still buy this restaurant. This franchise has pretty much floated ownership for a long time. Who's to say it won't float to ownership again?
Because there haven't just been random characters appear out of nowhere. Freddy Fazbear was a real character in the original shop. So was Bonnie, so was Chica, and Foxy was an original character as well. They were all original characters. It was obvious the hints in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 showed that the phone guy was going to be the one in the Golden Freddy suit. It was obvious that that was the case. So if there was just another character that none of them had ever seen other than the security guard, and that's just because he feels like he's going insane, questions are going to pop up. Because the marionette was a created character for that for that for the Five Nights thing. It just got tossed in Five Nights. It just got tossed in the new business. I don't know why it got tossed. It just, for some reason, the owner decided to toss that character, toss that animatronic. Well, the fact that all 4 of them, he also tossed the newer toys because the newer toy characters because they were apparently bad. The Pizza Boy. Still, I have questions about the Pizza Boy in general because I don't understand who that is. Anyway, it's just the storyline leads up to itself ending at Five Nights 1. There is no way to come back from an obvious hidden
I
dead body.
I agree with
Because
Pace though.
it did say that the body smelled rotten,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there was
So
no.
do the animatronics in 2. The
Yes,
old
they
animatronics in 2 smell rotten. But guess what? No restaurant got open. With those same animatronics, slightly repaired.
because the characters were already set in stone in the business itself. Golden Freddy was not set in stone yet. It was not ready to be placed into the business yet. So when it just appeared out of nowhere, completely built and ready to go and moving around, that's going to set off alarms.
So
That's
answer
going to
me
go.
this. Answer me this. You've already explained how the animatronics from 2 that were added in there, how it's logical for them not to be in existence in 1. Who's to say the exact same thing can't happen with the Golden Freddy suit?
The Golden Freddy suit's been there from the beginning.
But
That
here's my
yeah.
thing. The Golden Freddy suit, it was existent, but it was mostly psychological. It was never a real
There's an actual Golden
physical
Freddy suit.
thing. Do what?
There's an actual Golden Freddy suit.
There is a suit, but it's not an animatronic. It's not a full animatronic. It was never fully built. It's obvious that they're going to stuff the phone guy in the Golden Freddy suit. In 1, once they stuff him in the suit and he starts moving around, it's going to be obvious something's up. They're going to check the Golden Freddy suit and they're going to find the dead body. What's
Glock,
that going to do? That's going to end the franchise forever.
Glock. There's one little problem I have to point out to you. The Golden Freddy suit appears before the phone guy dies.
It appears before the phone guy dies as a psychological thing.
So does it after he dies. There's no difference between the 2.
Golden Freddy is psychological for the security guards because of the fact that all of the other animatronics are trying to kill him. He saw the suit the first time, and that became a psychological terror because that's kind of the thing where it's like it's there and you're fearful that it's gonna come kill you. And if you didn't do the right thing, yes, it did kill you in the game, but that was psychological. It was most likely just a heart attack. I'm grasping at straws here, I guess. I don't know. The way I
Yeah.
feel it,
Yes, you are.
show me where I'm
Truthfully,
grasping at straws. Show me where it's proven that what I'm saying is wrong.
show me where it's proven that what you're saying is right. It could move forward or backwards.
Yeah.
There is
Knowing
options
how
both directions.
knowing how food businesses work, I'm saying I'm going off of my experience with food businesses. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is still Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. It is a food place. It might be for kids, but it is a food place. The second they find any type of flesh or anything that is proved to be dead, because where the animatron is gonna hide the phone guy,
So
other
then what
than
you're
the gun
saying
and
is the
Freddy suit.
second one and the first one don't exist.
No, they
That's
found no
exactly what
legitimate
you're
proof
trying to
because
say.
the phone guy, I guess he devised a way to put them in the animatronics and still keep it from being visible whilst
But
the
I was about to say, Glock, I think you're giving too much credit here. You're thinking too much. You are. You're assuming that health and safety exists in this universe. You're trying to apply real world logic to a fantasy universe.
Okay,
The big
here's
thing
We're
what.
you've
dealing
got
with a
to
universe that has
remember,
supernatural shit happening regularly.
Hang on.
and the big thing you've got to remember is you're dealing with video games, not real life.
Yeah.
In
Okay,
real
here's
life,
my
what
final.
you've said, truthfully speaking, exactly what you've said, both Five Nights 1 and 2 would not exist.
Here's my reason to say it would exist still. Notice how in Five Nights 2, all of the original animatronics from Five Nights 1 were torn down, broken in some way.
Yeah.
That is the proof that the phone guy had torn the animatronics up to put the bodies in the animatronics. That shows where he stuffed the bodies. While the toys that were created were meant to replace the animatronics because they were oddly broken and somehow beyond repair to work correctly during the day. They didn't question it exactly because it was the phone guy's word. They're not going to go against their own worker. They're going to trust their worker, at least to a certain extent. So if he says everything was okay, it was just something happened and all the animatronics blew up or something like that, they're not going to question him that much. They're just going to nod their heads and say, okay, we got enough cash. Let's build some new ones because they're probably going to look and smell better anyway. That'll work.
I disagree.
And
I
here's my
disagree.
question. Here's my question. If it is the case of they are haunted, if that the original animatronics are the only things haunted, why are the toys working? And why is the pizza boy working?
Because they have technology in them that allows them to spot a predator a mile a fucking way. They literally say that in the game. Even the old animatronics are equipped with this technology.
But they're supposedly haunted, and that's what makes them killing machines.
Right.
Why are the toys trying to
Because
kill
they
you as
sense
well?
you as a threat.
Yes.
They're designed to during the night to basically be the security guard for the place.
Yeah.
But if you
No
think
one's
about it,
supposed to
tech
be
like
in
that,
there
if
at
it was
night.
But if you think about it, tech like that, if it was designed well enough, the security guard should be able to have some kind of a sensor bar to show that he is a security guard
That's why you
for
put the
the
helmet on.
workplace.
Yeah.
The helmet is just to hide it, though. That's my problem. That's just hiding the fact.
How,
Why?
how, do,
Why?
how does the Freddy mask hide the fact that you're still a human under that. They could
It
still see the
hides,
rest of you. I
but
have
it
to
hides.
think that that has some kind of a sensor that registers in their system.
But why couldn't they make it smaller? Why couldn't they make
Because
it
they're
into?
in the Five Nights universe that the people who own Freddy's Fazbear Pizza are cheap as fuck. Yes, they have this fancy new technology installed on them that doesn't exist in 1987, but who says it isn't quite functional?
True. So
Again,
can
again,
I
what?
finish?
Again, I
Can I
think you
finish
are
what I was trying to
overthinking
say
this.
before?
Yes. Go
Can I finish
ahead.
what I was trying to say before, and then I'm done with it completely?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just don't interrupt me. Let me finish. So, Five Nights 1 happened. Phone Guy died. Phone Guy was stuffed into the golden Freddy Fazbear suit. In my opinion, that most likely ended the franchise. Five Nights 2 takes place in the past, leading up to the Bite of 87, speculatively. Five Nights 2 shows that the animatronics that were the originals were torn up in specific ways. There was no. If you looked at the bodies, it was obvious that specific parts of the bodies were targeted. For Bonnie, it was the top half of the face. For other characters, it was other parts, to an extent. And the toys were there, and I'll agree with you. They were the security guards, and I still question why they're so cheap that they can't create a small little badge with a sensor. It's not that difficult. It's not that expensive. Anyway, because all you gotta do is create a laminated card with a sensor in it. There you go.
But the
Okay,
sensors are already in the hoods. So why create something different when you can just give them a empty hood?
make the security guard feel special. Okay, anyway. So that takes place. All of it happens. And Foxy and the phone guy and everything happen. My theory is that Five Nights 3 is going to take place in the previous smaller establishment. Because if I remember correctly, Five Nights 2 said that they were going for a slightly bigger establishment. Or am I going the opposite direction with this one? I can't remember.
I believe you're on the right track, but if it's the Fazbear I believe you're talking about, it would regress the franchise because there would only be one animatronic. One
No,
animatronic at the original place.
no. Not the very original. The first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Because
That would
Five Nights
still
2
regress the
takes
franchise
place.
because there's only the four.
There's only the four, but
But
this
they
could
could play it
be.
off like they did with 2 and have newer looking ones that function as security.
I don't think they'll pull
Exactly.
that trick twice.
It
But they
could.
could do something along that lines is what I'm meaning.
Because Five Nights 2, it never. Well, does it ever strictly say that these toys were actually brand new to this restaurant?
I think
Did it ever strictly say that they were brand new to that pizzeria?
I think it might had at one point.
Probably
If
did.
it did, all it would have done is he could have taken Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the original, not the shop, but the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. The marionette was still a thing there. They can center in on the marionette like they did with the Golden Freddy in the first one. The Golden Freddy was there in the second one, but it wasn't centered in on. The marionette and Golden Freddy were kind of tied for the center. I'm thinking that the marionette's going to be the main focus of 3. Marionette's going to be the main thing that you're going to have to worry about surviving from. Because it's still stricken with Vengeance, obviously, because this one it's newer. It's obvious that it was kind of, you know, yeah. And here's another thing. It mentioned that Five Nights 2 that all of the animatronics smelled of rotten flesh at the original shop. That would mean that the killer would have had to have been old enough to survive through three different Freddy Fazbear's pizzas.
How
How
big
old
of
is
a
the phone
time
guy?
gap do you have between the second and the first one?
Not that much. Because once again, Glock, I want you to remember something about all the death mini games. The Purple Man is in all of them.
Yes, the Purple Man is in all of them, which
The
means
Purple
all of
Man
the
has
deaths
been there since the
happened.
beginning.
Which means all of the deaths happened at around the same time period.
No, it didn't.
They had to have.
No, it
Because
didn't.
to come into 2 and have all 4 of the original animatronics haunted already, that means that the original shop had to have been the location of all of the killings.
No.
Explain then, because you've thrown
Look
me
at
off
the
track already.
layouts of the Foxy location and look at the layout of the Freddy location. They do not match. It's two different locations.
Then explain how in 2 it's already shown that all 4 of the animatronics smelled of rotten flesh, and the marionette was just the marionette.
The marionette was haunted at the original original Fazbear's.
So you're
From
saying
then,
Five Nights 2 is actually where the deaths take place?
no.
Then how? Explain how
Back.
all of the deaths could have happened and that all of the animatronics.
If you let me
all
actually
possessed-
explain it, I would.
Explain it then. You're going in loops.
You keep cutting him off.
Yes.
He's going in loops.
You're cutting
Get
him
to
off.
the point.
The marionette, the kid that haunts the marionette, died at the original place. The 5 kids, 5, not 4, 5 kids died at the first place and were stuffed into the Foxy, the Chica, the Freddy, the Bonnie, and the Golden Freddy suit. All 5 suits were haunted at the first actual pizza place. They were placed into the suits. They were given imbued into the suits by the marionette.
Wait. If the Golden Freddy suit was already possessed, where are the animatronics gonna hide the phone guy's body?
Who says they stuffed them in the Golden Freddy suit?
But I'm saying, where else are they gonna stuff him? Because there's no other animatronics.
Who
present
says
that
they
we
stuff
know of.
him in a suit?
Who says
Where
they
are they
do
gonna
anything
where are
with
they
him?
gonna stuff him?
Who says they
Well,
do
if they
anything
don't-
with him?
If
He's
they
the
don't
phone
do anything,
guy.
But here's the thing. He expressly pushed the point that if they see you and they find you, they will kill you and they will stuff your body into a suit. He expressly pushed that point in. So
Yes.
they have to stuff the phone guy into a suit if they finally killed him. So
Okay.
where would they stuff him?
Okay, Glock. Do you remember the game over screen from the original one? What suit is that? That's a regular Freddy suit.
But the regular Freddy suit is already possessed. Are they going to have 2 regular Freddys?
No, because that's a different Freddy suit. That's not Freddy.
Hang on. I don't remember this one. Hang on.
It's a different suit. There are spare suits in the joint. That Freddy suit you see in the gamer screen in the storeroom is not Freddy because Freddy is on stage. You can even see the Freddy suit, I believe, in game.
Not to mention, isn't it the same concept in 2 with the game over screen?
Mm, there, I believe you're just there's a head and you're staring at Freddy as the game over in the second one. There's no real clear idea of what suit you're stuffed into.
Wait a minute. Wait. The game over suit is meant for you because you died and you were stuffed in that suit.
But who says that suit doesn't exist? That suit can still exist, but instead of you being stuffed into it, it's the fucking phone guy at the end of it.
But here's the problem. If you listen to the phone call on night 6, the voice, usually that one's more associated with Golden Freddy because he's more of a psychological killer. I'm not saying that it's positively Golden Freddy. I'm just saying everything that I've seen so far leads to him being stuffed into Golden Freddy. And even if he is stuffed into Freddy, notice how that says employees only. Somebody's going to go in there and see a fully suited Freddy Fazbear, and they're going to check it because they didn't have that. Because notice that there are no other body parts in this entire room other than heads. So where did the entire rest of the body come from?
You only
And
see
why was it
half the
suited,
room.
and why was it sat in here?
You only see half the room.
That is a picture. That is a camera, which means that camera is on a wall.
Yes.
And you only see half the room.
See most of the room. There's no way they can fit all of the other body parts for each of the suits.
You don't know if that camera's in a corner or if it's in the middle of a wall. For all you know, that could be in the middle of a wall, and there could be just as much as what you see sitting behind the camera.
Yeah.
There's no definitive that that is in a corner.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's in a corner. I'm saying that it is on the wall. That means all that is there is underneath that camera.
No.
From what is shown, there's only
think about
3
a
shelves
long
each.
room. Think about a long room. Put a camera in the middle of one side wall. On one of the 2 long sides. You could split the room in half and not see a whole half of that room from that camera. Especially with the way it's pointed at the door.
Fair point.
You don't know what's behind that camera. If it was clear that you could see a wall there, then yeah. But it's not. You can assume that there's a wall there and that that camera's in a corner, but you can't guarantee that.
Like I said, Glock, I think you're making far too many assumptions.
Not to mention, with that being said there's no telling how many animatronics are sitting there ready to be activated whenever.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, then why are the original animatronics still being used?
Maybe because they're the only ones that are fully operational.
But if there are all the parts ready to be fully operational, why would they still use
Don't fix what ain't broke.
ones?
Yeah, they aren't broken. They never break it down. They still work. So it's like, oh, we can just have the spare suit just sitting around.
Foxy broke. Foxy broke down.
Not really. He's still functional.
Still functional, but notice how he's out of order because they're not willing to.
Maybe they don't have a secondary Foxy. Maybe
Why
that's
did
one
they
of
have
the
a secondary of everything else, though? Foxy's been around just as long as everybody else.
Again, who says they have a secondary of anyone else? Maybe they just have a secondary of the Freddy suit.
Again,
like I said, Glock, you're making too many assumptions.
Again, what I said could be speculation. They might only have the one other suit standing there.
To be honest, I think at this point we're all making too many assumptions and we need to move on.
I
Agreed.
still never finished, alright?
I thought you did finish.
Not really.
Oh, good God. What else did you have to say?
I never finished the full story through.
Where did you leave off?
Left off with 2. Because
Okay.
then Tommy said something, and then y'all brought up the fact of the game over screen.
Yeah. Okay. Go from there.
Okay. 2. 2 showed the animatronics torn, broken in some specific way. My thought is that Phone Guy used those in the previous shop, or in the previous restaurant, to stuff the children. So, children were stuffed in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Original shop, it could have gone down for a number of things. Maybe it just wasn't popular enough. Maybe the location wasn't there. I don't know. But the second shop went down because of the fact that the original animatronics were still in the back and they were starting to stink up the place. Plus, they wanted to move to a smaller location, even though they had just moved into a bigger location from a smaller location. Anyway, Fight of 87 happened and they ended up moving. I don't know if maybe that was another reason they wanted to move. I don't know. But the toy animatronics, there's no explanation to what happened to them.
Yes, there is.
Where's the explanation of what happened to them?
I believe they say it's either in the phone call of night 6 or the phone call of night 7. They say that they're going to be dismantled.
Where did the parts go? Did they just completely garbage the entire idea? Because there was a lot of tech in there. And as you said, the manager or the owner is extremely freaking stingy. So he's going to keep the parts. Obviously.
I don't know.
So the parts
All
have
they
to
say
be
is that
there.
they're going to be shredded essentially.
Anyway, so move back in time to the first Fazbear's Pizzeria. This is where the deaths occurred. The revenge, the vengefulness is extremely fresh in the bodies. So, case of that happening had to have required the fact that this technology was existent through all of the Fazbear's pizzas. Because this tech, unless the tech isn't real, which that wouldn't be possible, or else the toys wouldn't be existent. So the tech was existent through all of the restaurants. The first restaurant was where they introduced the tech, because my guess is that the store, the little shop, the animatronics were there, but they were lifeless, ironically. They had no pull towards the children. The children didn't really care for them. They were just there. The first pizzeria opened and they had this new tech in the animatronics, which allowed for more space in the animatronics, which caused them to feel more lifelike. This new tech gave more space for more fluff. This is where the killer saw his opportunity. At the end of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, my guess, the very last night, it's going to play up to the moment when the children were killed and stuffed in each suit. And my thing is, if the Golden Freddy suit was stuffed with one of the children, why is it the most special? Why is it the most prominent, the one that's psychologically different? Why is this one the one that is the main focus of one, that is trying its hardest to get into your head? But in the first restaurant, my guess is that he stuffed all the children, possibly stuffed a Golden Freddy. And then Golden Freddy is, like many people have said, lifeless. It's just the body. There's no soul in it. It is just there. It takes a soulless person to kill someone. Kill children. Psychologically, I feel like this is all a recaption of what happened through someone. I'm kind of going with what Tommy said. This is a detective trying to piece it all together. Each of the games is the stories of each of the guards, each of the night guards. Guard that was in the Bite of 87, he possibly used journals. Guard that was in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, he's still alive. Surprisingly, because he got fired or got a check, I don't know. Still alive, and he most likely quit after the first week.
Question.
Yes?
Why does the guard from the second one had to have left a journal? You have cameras.
They have cameras and they have footage, but the problem is that there's no cameras that are focused on the guard.
That you know of.
There are no cameras that he's available to, and he's supposed to be available to all of the cameras.
Supposed to be. We are well aware of the fact that Phone Guy withholds information.
That's true. So Phone Guy could be spying on him. But that means that Phone Guy has the footage, so they would have to find out that Phone Guy was the killer and go to Phone Guy and get his,
Okay.
or go to his location wherever he hid. But
Think
there's
of this. Think of this. Link that together with what you know of from the first one. By that point, if Phone Guy's dead, and we assume that that's the same one, then do you not think when his body would be found, they would be able to know exactly who he was and where he was?
That's true. But
therefore, they could go back, and if he did have footage, they would find the footage at the same time, too.
And that could be the connection. That could be the connection that leads it all together. But with Five Nights at Freddy's 3, my guess is it's going to be the final recollection of the security guard for the first one. For the first real pizzeria. Possibly hidden hints about the original shop. But the final one is going to be the third one. It's going to be, this is the final recollection of the final guard of this franchise that lasted very, very short time.
I don't know
Because
that part's the part I'm stuck on. If it was me doing this, which it's not, 3 would be a prequel to 2 to help fill in some gaps.
Exactly.
Then I would let it stew for a little longer, let everyone's theories get out there, make people try to see if they can piece it together, then come out with a definitive end. Come out with a 4, where you do like Peace said, that it takes place after the first one, and you're putting the spirits that are trapped inside the animatronics at rest.
This
Because
guy is getting.
if Phone Guy was the killer, he's dead. So there's no need in hunting him down. Now it would be put the animatronics to rest and end it.
So,
So
Phone Guy's dead.
three in my opinion could go one of two ways. He could either skip out part of it or go in and add more.
I kind of just got this idea. He's getting enough money from these games. It is a possibility for him to create the third game, and as a final ending, instead of creating another game, he could create a miniseries. Or just a short movie in general.
I'll tell
An
you right
animated-
now.
an
I'll tell you
animated
right
movie
now.
or-
I'll tell you right now. More than likely, the reason he did this was not to make a bunch of money off of it.
It's a bit
But
ambitious.
he's already got a bunch of money from this.
I'm
Like
not
I was-
saying that he don't. I'm just saying that was not his initial plans. Obviously, he's had this whole story in line. Otherwise, it would not have took him 3 months to push out the second one. It would have took him far longer.
True.
He had this all in plan. He's got the whole story in his head lined out. It's a matter of figuring out what he's got planned.
True.
Also, I believe your idea, Galak, is a little too ambitious for a one-man band, essentially.
Why? I would have done it if I had the ability to.
Does he have the ability to?
He has the cash. All he's got to do is hire actors.
That's beside the point.
Anyway, so the detective is looking back through all of this. And if
Again,
the
that's
detective was
assuming
only
that-
able to find the footage of the second night guard through the phone guy, he would have already found the killer. So why would he have needed to go through the footage?
Because he wouldn't have knew that was how it happened until after the phone guy was dead. If the phone guy was the only one that had the footage, he wouldn't be able to find the footage until after all of it was over anyhow.
Which actually, the bite of 87, was it proven that the guy died?
Based off information the phone guy says, he's alive.
There you go.
So
The
then
second guard's alive, the first guard's alive. Or
But
not
he's
the first guard.
hang on. There's
Okay.
a but. But he's essentially lobotomized.
Lobotomized.
Yes, because he's missing part of his frontal lobe. Meaning he's lobotomized. Meaning he's fucking useless in terms of information.
Wait a second. This technology that is present in 1987 could possibly open doors to the fact that this is an alternate reality in which technology advanced far quicker than it did in the real world.
Now you're overreaching.
far overreaching.
Yes.
Then where did this tech come from? It's obvious that it wasn't there.
Why are we asking a question about tech?
Because the tech is the main circle that brings everything possible. It makes everything possible. If it wasn't for the tech, none of this would be possible.
Okay. To this, let's say look at the Bioshock series. There's stuff that happens there that should not happen there in the timeline. It's
Yes.
an alternate viewpoint of what possibly could have happened. Just because there's animatronics that are smart like that does not necessarily mean that technology as a whole is that advanced.
That's true. So,
It
putting
could
that
be
in
an
perspective,
alternate. It could be an alternate universe where that part of technology has advanced that fast, not
If
all of
that's
technology. Because
if that is
obviously there's
true,
still bugs with the animatronics as it is too.
so that means
Otherwise,
it's an experimental thing. It's a prototype almost.
Yes.
otherwise, why would the security guard have to put on the helmet? Why would the security guard have to lock the doors to make sure that they couldn't come in and attack him? There's
That's a
obviously
fair
still
point.
problems.
That is a fair point.
Uh,
So this prototype tech is being used in this random restaurant from the frickin' I don't know where it was from. I think it was from some southern state that was like
I don't think they specify where Freddy's is located.
from what it was described as, it sounds like it was in the middle of frickin' nowhere.
As
Um
I said, it doesn't say where it's located.
yeah, it doesn't say, but the way it's described, it sounds like it's in the middle of nowhere.
You've also
So
got to keep in mind too, it could be alternate universe in the same sense that it shares same world geography as ours, or it could be alternate universe where it shares nothing.
fair point.
This
So
this place could be the only pizzeria in the whole universe.
that would be interesting. Anyway,
that
anyway,
that's one of
so
those that you're not getting enough information, in my opinion, and you tend to overthink things.
Yes.
And we need to move on because this is only the second article. Just going to point that
Yes,
one
and
out.
yes, and if you keep going,
We're
I
going to cut out because that's so what Pieces Mike keeps doing.
I believe it's my internet derping. In all honesty, because I see my hex chats like flipping out because it's like nope, full of, just
one last
maximizing
question,
those.
and I need your honest opinion for this. If it is a detective or someone that is piecing all of this together, how are they going to introduce him?
You've been
I don't
playing
know.
him the whole time. Do you honestly do
So the
you
detective was the
honestly
security
think
guard for all three restaurants?
nope?
No,
Do you honestly think that what you are doing in any of the games so far would change the outcome of the ending? Is there anything that you could do differently on any one night that would change how that one night ended? Your goal is to
Uh,
stay alive. By doing that, you progress to the next day. No matter how you stay alive, when you progress to the next day, the phone guy still says the exact same thing. The story's static, meaning that if it is looking at it in that aspect, the player is the detective, not the security guard.
but the player, so is this supposed to be sort of like
Essentially, what this, if it is going this way, keep that in mind. That's the biggest thing. It might not be. He might have a completely different idea.
so what you're saying
But
is it's a
if
recreation
this
of
is
each
going
guard
through,
experience.
right, he's kind of looking back at how each guard reacted and what each guard saw.
So the animatronics are actually randomized. It is a real like recreation of everything that happened, and it is possible for him to fail the recreation, while the guards themselves didn't, and they all lived supposedly, even though one of them was lobotomized. I don't know if the third one lived or not. We'll have to find out for the third game if this is where they're going.
You do
But
realize that you've got to keep in mind too, it's a game.
it is a game,
In
yes.
in a technical sense, the detective, if that's how this is looked at, the detective would win every time, just as the security guards did. It's the case of the player can screw up because it is a game. because there
Yes.
again, the story is static. The story is never going to change as long as you keep progressing through through the nights. When you screw up and you lose that night, then you wind up being stuffed in an animatronic.
So that means that the security guards are just recreations of the experience that the true security guards had. The detective is somehow being able to go through this completely and never fail.
If that's how it's being looked at.
That
But why is he going?
That's a big step there, saying that he could be doing that. I am simply stating that if I was the one behind all this, I would do that because that would be a interesting way of displaying this. Because right now everyone's sitting there thinking, okay, I'm playing the security guard. It's actually happening to me. What if there's something bigger over all of this that he's not came out and said, but he would hope that someone that is an off the wall thinker would be like, you know what, he could do this and that would make sense.
I got it. Throw the fact that the phone guy has video footage at all out of the window. The detective wouldn't need that to create a recreation, to create a recreational of what the security guard experienced, because of the fact that the security tapes, the original security tapes that were showing all around the places, they gave enough footage for him to kind of guess what the original desk was like and guess what the hallway was like. So the recreation was created for him to experience that, and the cameras that were in the vents most likely caught the phone guy's voice. So he was able to take that voice and put it into the game through those cameras. So that he was able to get the message that the phone guy got, that the phone guy gave. So he was able to get that without actually having to go and meet the lobotomized patient. That makes sense.
Again, Glock, I feel like you were putting a lot of thought into this.
Well, it's obvious that all of the cameras have some perception of sound. Because if you look, when you go to the marionette, when you re-roll the box, you can hear the song. So all of the cameras have some perception of sound, and those cameras that are in the vents are not far away from the phone at all. They can catch that phone easily. That's my idea, is that the cameras themselves gave enough information for him to create it and not worry about it being not true.
Glock, you're still missing the one thing.
What?
If he set it up that way, for all we know, he could have purposely set these games up just like everyone's thinking. That would be fine. You would be reliving the events that happened. But I'm thinking there is another method he could have possibly been working towards, but we wouldn't know that. Truth to be known, if 3 runs the way I think it probably should for my theory anyhow, we still wouldn't know by the end of 3. It's one of those that I think he's building a puzzle, and it's a case of he's giving a little bit of information along the way and trying to see if everyone's keeping up.
all right. I believe we need to put a close on this.
I do too.
Yes, yes. We
Before
need
Glock
to move
comes up with
on.
more ideas.
I swear I will stop on this. So all that he needs to do is create the third one in the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and then that leaves enough of a puzzle for them to go, okay, so was it really the killer? What really happened? All he needs to do is create the third one. He doesn't need to create a fourth one.
Again, it depends on how he's gonna do it. If
If
he's
he's going to do
playing
it
it,
the way
if he's
the
playing
way I
it
thought he
out,
was to.
if he's playing it out as if you're the one recreating all this to try to figure out exactly what happened, then there will be a fourth one. If he's doing this to just let everyone relive what happened and let them make their own speculation, then the third one will be it. There's going to be that big question there. And I don't think anyone will know until he's done it.
Yes. All right.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Yes. I'm just gonna say one last thing.
Oh, so you're
And I-
going to be the one to bring it longer now.
I'm just
Glock,
gonna
in
say
all
one
fairness, you've kind of drug it on far longer than we have.
Yes.
Yes, I have, but it was because I actually am interested in the story and where it's going to lead.
I'm interested in watching people jump all over
Theory run for it.
themselves.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a story person. I really could care less about the way the game plays.
Quite frankly, if I want to see the story, I'm going to play the game. Just going to point that one out.
Yeah.
That's why I watch no commentary let's plays or no commentary walkthroughs. I'm able to kind of experience the story and not have to worry about listening to some person.
Anyway, one last thing, and I thought of this while we've had this 2 hour fucking long discussion. Even with what you said, Glock, there's still a way they can make a third game that goes past the story with one.
Where?
A warehouse that stores the animatronics is for evidence, or just for storage.
You're thinking the warehouse itself is going to become. Oh, that would be cool.
Anyway, Destiny.
That
I'm,
would be
I'm,
cool.
I'm because I'm
Moving
gonna hard
on.
transition this so fucking hard. I'm gonna derail any further conversations.
Part of me kind of wishes you'd done that a while back. But anyhow, moving on.
Yeah.
If y'all didn't want to talk about it to begin with, you
No,
could
we
have
didn't
just
want
said,
it to drag on. There's a
Yes, but
difference there. We
it
wanted to
came-
discuss it.
Yeah.
But I think we spent like an hour and a half discussing it.
Yes. Anyway, Destiny. We've got more leaks of the potential possible plans of Destiny in 2015.
You mean people are still trying to find
Jeez.
out what's going to happen in the game before it happens?
No. It's something different.
Okay.
We have a literal PowerPoint slide that kind of aligns it and kind of tells us what to expect.
Oh, God.
Alright, so we've got the Dark Below expansion that came out in December, and House of Wolves coming in March. That's all we know. A massive expansion might be coming in September 2015 called Comet Planet Plague of Darkness. Will be apparently on a disc because of how large it is. 3 new subclasses are rumored. 2 more DLC packs. One of them deal with effects again, and the other may be Cabal related. Comet is apparently Destiny 1.5. No Destiny 2 in 2015. Game of the Year like edition is planned after Comet, which would include everything.
Huh.
And like I said, this is apparently a PowerPoint slide that was leaked.
So basically, if I want to get Destiny, I'm better off to probably wait till the end of the year.
Potentially.
Damn it. I wanted the high res.
And I believe this whole PowerPoint is from like an internal like Bungie meeting, I would think. I'm not sure where this stuff originates, but as far as I know, this isn't like disregarded. Like this isn't debunked as like bad information. So what do we think of all this stuff that's coming to Destiny?
Uh,
kind of curious as to what Bungie's thinking. This feels kind of stretched.
You know what I'm
Uh,
kind of wondering?
what?
If maybe where we're feeling the story's weak is simply because we've not gotten all of it.
But if they wanted to make the game episodic, they should have said from the very beginning that it was going to be episodic. Because that's what they're setting up here. Episode
Not
1,
really.
The Dark Below. Episode 2, House of Wolves. Comet Plague of Darkness is going to be some kind of a big, you know, here's a kind of expansion plus the full game for
Not
a
really.
for a
Think of it this way.
bundle.
Think of it this way. They're basically calling Comet 1.5. So what you essentially have is Destiny at its core, plus 2 expansions, which is typical for a lot of games.
Yeah.
Then you get your big expansion, which is technically a relaunch of the game, with 2 expansions off, 2 more DLC packs off of it, which should then lead into the second game. In my opinion, I'm wondering if maybe the way they designed Destiny, you are only supposed to get half of the story up until that first big expansion. And then after that point, the story should start making more sense.
Maybe, but I don't know. I
Because
just don't like being
in my opinion, that's the problem with Destiny.
Oh, it did. Yeah.
It's like they wanted to do it, but they just fell short. And
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe that big expansion is that.
Well, then I feel like, why shove half your fucking story into what is essentially a DLC disc that you might be selling at a cheaper price than 60? Might, bear in mind. Why?
I could completely see them maybe doing a relaunch kind of idea around with that, rather than just selling it as a DLC pack. Maybe turn it into a expanded Destiny kind of deal.
Yeah.
Maybe try to treat it as a relaunch and go for that 60 to get full game plus additional content.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how far Destiny drops between here and then will depend on whether or not that's a smart idea, though.
Yeah. I just feel like Bungie keeps finding different ways to kind of drop the ball on Destiny, and I'm like, you still haven't figured out the main problems of Destiny, have you?
I don't think they will. And I think we're going to turn into another thing like how Mass Effect 3's ending turned into. It's a case of they know there's a problem, but they don't know how to fix it.
That is entirely possible.
And truthfully, when you start dealing with story, you kind of can't just toss DLC in there and say, okay, problem solved, because that does not work.
BioWare learned that lesson the hard way
Yeah,
multiple times.
yeah.
Mass Effect 3.
That's kind of why I compared Destiny to that right there. And I'm not comparing it completely to Mass Effect 3. I'm just saying the way the ending is set up.
Yeah. Although I think the fan reactions have been far more controlled for Destiny than they were for Mass Effect 3.
I feel like Destiny's playable, and I feel like it's a good game to play, but I honestly feel like it's lacking majorly in story, and that
It's empty.
hinders it more.
Yeah.
It's empty.
No,
It's
no, it's not. Not as long as you have the app.
There's an app.
there's an
Yes.
app for that.
The Grimorum cards. That's where your story is, for the most part.
And see, I'm not going to sit there and read up on it.
Yeah.
If I
There.
wanted to sit there and read about a story, then I wouldn't have bought the game. That's how I feel about stuff like that. And no, I don't have the game right now, but that will change before too long.
I have it, but my 360 likes to overheat, so I'm not playing it anytime soon.
Eh, that kind of sucks, but yeah.
Yeah.
But that's yeah. That's one of those that, like I said, if I wanted to read about the story, I wouldn't get the game. I feel like the story should be in the game. That the Grimorum should be one of those, okay, I don't exactly understand how we got from here to here. Care to give me a little more information?
Essentially, what Bioware is a master of.
I don't know if I'm too familiar with that part of it.
Well, Bioware has the codex in like all their games. That has a
Cut
And
out
he cuts
again.
out again. Oh, this time worse.
they do this
You
in all
cut
their
out
games.
again, by the way.
I heard. I heard. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some things here real quick. I'm gonna change some things. All right then. We're gonna see if I actually cut out now on accident instead of on purpose. Anyway, Bioware's been a master of this type of thing. They have a codex, which is essentially the Grimorum, in all their games. Mass Effect has it in all three of their games. Dragon Age has it. Old Republic has it. And here's a quiz for the two of you. How many times have you consulted the Codex in the Old Republic?
Not really. I don't think I have yet, actually.
Yeah.
How many
Black,
times have we what?
have you consulted the Codex in the Old Republic when we've played?
I've tried to stay away from it because I still haven't finished the KOTOR.
Right.
But
But
does
have you
that
felt
hinder
a...
your game?
What?
Does that hinder you playing it?
No.
Bioware's been a master of this for years. And Bungie can't figure it out. Because the thing is, your Grimorum, your Codex, your whatever you want to call it, can't be essential. It can be additional, but not essential. BioWare's had that figured out for years. It's additional, not essential. If you need additional information, you consult the Codex. If you don't need additional information, you don't need the Codex.
Another thing I think is biting Bungie in the butt with this is the fact that they went from Halo, which the story was linear and all laid out in front of you, to trying to do an MMO where story shouldn't have to be linear and it should allow you to do different things to not necessarily change the story but maybe prolong it. I think that's where they're falling short. I think
Yeah.
it's a case that they ain't found that happy medium yet.
Yeah, and this is just a brand new experience for Bungie, and they get it all together, and we see them have dropped the ball quite a few times
I mean,
already.
I don't feel like Destiny's a bad game,
No.
but I definitely don't really see it being the best that Bungie's done either. I feel like there's a lot of work that should have been done on it that they didn't.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
You're extremely quiet on this one, Glock.
Bungie is kind of a mixed bag for me right now. I think they need to move on from Destiny after they get done with these DLC packs. I think after they get finished with this slideshow thing they have planned, after they get done with episode 4, this needs to be the end of Destiny. Destiny has gotten too much bad cred to come back. I don't see a way for them to come back from this. World of Warcraft, it's gotten some moments where it had bad cred, but overall, when it was first released, it was an amazing game and it was like, top of its tier. It all came down to the community. And right now, the community still dislikes this game.
No,
When,
Destiny's got a community, but it's not like huge.
I
It's
don't.
not. It doesn't. It's not sustainable, but it does have a community.
I
but
don't agree with you, Glock.
with an MMO, you have to have that big community that supports it all the way so that they can get through the hard times. Right now, Destiny has released their first. They've released their first DLC that was supposed to be the expansion that kind of saved them from the hellhole that they had pushed themselves into. That was what everyone thought was failure,
Hmm.
and it's the game's gotten better, yes, but it's still Destiny.
Yep.
And that's what the problem is. There's been so much bad rep that no one wants to touch it. So the community's not going to get bigger. No matter how much they push into it, no matter what they do, the community's not going to get bigger anymore. There have still been complaints because of the fact that they gave legendary weapons away on Christmas. I'm sorry, why do you complain about free crap? Anyway, that's a whole different conversation. Anyway,
And also is a random legendary weapon. A random legendary weapon.
yeah,
And
it's
Glock,
not for your type specifically.
I'm gonna disagree with you on something. I don't
This is purely my
necessarily.
opinion.
I don't necessarily think that Bungie should just give up on Destiny.
No.
Not give up. They should see it to the end, but after episode 4, I think they should move on to another game. And if they want to try for MMO, try again, but make sure they fix what they messed up on. They need to learn from their mistakes. If they want to try again with an MMO, just wait a while. After they're done with Destiny,
So
go work on another game, and then when they're ready to get to an MMO, when they've fixed all of the mistakes that they've found with Destiny, go back to MMO and create something brand new that works, that is the game that people wanted from Bungie.
so let me get this straight. You are expecting Bungie to walk away from a game that they have not completed the story on.
And that they have specifically said they have 20-year plan in place for.
10 year. I remember it being a 10 year.
10-year plan in place for.
You do
And
realize you
it's even stated that the 10-year plan thing was misunderstood.
you do realize
The 10-year plan
this is
was
the
for
same company that did the Marathon series, which had a complete story for it, and the Halo series, which had a complete Bungie story. I'm not including 343 into this yet.
what I'm saying is that it was even stated that by Activision's guy that the whole 10-year plan was misunderstood. They're talking about the Destiny uh, uh, franchise because they're going to be making a second one. It's basically confirmed that a second one will appear.
And
It's
it
also
should be.
confirmed that you can upload your data from the first one into the second one. I don't know why, but you can.
Because you can probably to transfer your characters.
But that would mean you would start with a fully leveled character, which wouldn't.
Not necessarily.
No.
Unless you added in a whole lot more levels.
No.
You could bring in appearance
Oh, that's clever.
and still drop
Yes.
yourself back to base.
You know the thing
And
Mass
get rid of
Effect
the
did with
fact that it's armor.
Glock. Mass Effect did the exact same thing twice.
Yeah, I guess. But it never showed your face in the in Destiny.
Uh,
Yes, it does. And the
yeah, it
tower.
does.
Oh crap, I never got to that
Uh,
then.
but what I hope comes out of this is that Bungie hears everyone saying, hey, the story's the weak part of it. We need better story. And I hope they take that information and be like, okay, here's what we're going to do. Destiny 2, we're going to focus on the story. The Grimorum, you might as well forget about it. It's still going to be there. If you want to sit down and read all of it, it's all still going to be in there. But we're going to make sure that the bulk of the story actually takes place in the game this time. That's
Yeah.
what I hope they say.
They also need to fix like half a dozen gameplay mechanics that are kind of like guilds.
But the way I'm
That's going to
seeing,
come the more they do it, though.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I'm fully understanding of that. First MMO, I'm not expecting them to be perfect, but at least make the story something that Bungie has done good with twice. At least do that right. That's what I'm looking for out of it. The rest of it, yeah, it'll be annoying, but guess what? That's stuff that DLC can fix.
I think what they did wrong was they put so much focus into games like World of Warcraft, paying attention to the fact that everyone does raids and everyone just kind of kills things and doesn't really pay attention to the story anymore.
Because
The
they paid
reason that
attention to late WoW, not early WoW.
they've paid attention to late WoW, exactly. Early WoW was when the story was focused on by everyone.
Are we talking early levels or just early WoW in like general?
Early
Early WoW in
WoW in
general.
general.
I was about to say I hope so, because if we're talking early levels of WoW, I'm gonna strongly disagree with you because whatever the fuck the story was going on for me in the early levels of WoW was a text box, and it seemed like no one gave a damn.
That's pretty much what
Yeah.
it's turned into.
Yeah, that's what it's turned into now. See, but in the early days of WoW, it was they focused heavily on the story. That was because the story was fresh, it was new, it was there, it was great.
So what you're saying is Destiny needs to stop being WoW and start being Old Republic.
Destiny needs to stop being new WoW. It can be the Old Republic, or it could be old WoW.
They definitely need to channel the old Marathon and Halo storytelling mechanism again, because I think
Because
that's the problem. They're not seeing that you can make even dialogue boxes tell a really good story, because that's all Marathon was text boxes.
so we're all in agreement here that the main problem with the game is the story.
Yes,
That's at least the main for me.
that is at least one
Because
of the main problems of the game.
when I played
There are several
Destiny,
others.
Oh,
when I
I
played
like I said, I'm fully understanding of there being several different problems with the MMO aspect, but again, I kind of wave those away because this is Bungie's first shot at it. They're not going to be perfect, and generally stuff like that you can fix in a DLC. A story you're not going to fix without rewriting a lot.
yeah, and when I first played Destiny, it was cool, but I got a major feeling of the story
Redundancy.
being stretched extremely just so that it could be there but not be there. Does that make sense? Like There was
It
something there to kind of lean on, but the story as a whole wasn't there. It was
the
cut
pacing
off.
the pacing wasn't good.
The pacing wasn't good. There were details that needed to be there that weren't. It was just, it felt overall empty and stretched.
Hmm.
And it
And
kind of had that feeling like you're basically just running around doing various things.
exactly. There was
Yeah,
no story to tell you why you were doing it, why you needed to do it, and what it was going to do to impact you.
that's where the Grimoire. Damn it, Steam! I thought I closed you.
That's where
Whoops.
the Gamora comes in. But the problem is, there are people that hate that kind of thing. They want the story played out in front of them in the game. They don't want it in text in a console or in some kind of a codex.
That you can
Like
only
Jeremy
access
said.
on the site or on the app.
Yes,
Exactly. Like Jeremy said, BioWare has perfected that. The codex isn't needed, but it can still give information. It
and it's up to date when you're doing things, and it's in the actual fucking game, not in an app, not on the website. You don't have to go fucking halfway around the world to find it. It's
What?
right there in a menu.
You know,
exactly.
honestly, I'm fine with the Grimoire being on the site or in the app. That part don't bother me as bad, but the fact that the whole story's more sitting there than in the game, that's what's getting me.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly
But
fine with if I need to know more information. Half the time, hell, I'd rather get on my computer or my phone and check it rather than trying to stop what I'm doing in the game just to see.
but here's my thing. Destiny was trying to be late World of Warcraft. Why was World of Warcraft so famous when it first came out? Why was it so popular? Does anyone here know?
I've always assumed it was the first actual major MMO that sold a crap ton of money.
No! Believe it or not, World of Warcraft actually became popular because it was created by the people who created the original Warcraft games. World of Warcraft was an MMO that came from an original game series called Warcraft that was a really good series of games. So the people that played Warcraft, just like the people that played the Elder Scrolls and then hopped on the Elder Scrolls Online, even though that one kind of just tumbled.
It's kind of just vanished, is the problem there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, World of Warcraft, when they hopped onto World of Warcraft and saw it, there were bugs. There's always a bug in an MMO. You can't get rid of them. They're there somehow. There's always some bug somewhere because of constant updating. But that's okay. That's understood. World of Warcraft, while it wasn't perfect, it was almost like a Warcraft game, but you could play with your friends and you could play with people online and you could battle people if that was the type of person that you wanted to be. You could group up and go fight the boss monster if that was the type of person you wanted to be. Overall, the story was there to be the equivalent of a Warcraft game, but it had the MMO aspect to it. So they added the words "World of," and there you go. You have World of Warcraft. Now, Destiny tried to be World of Warcraft. What's the problem with that? There are no games before Destiny to back up the story like with World of Warcraft. There are games. I'm not sure if it was one game or more than one, but there was a Warcraft game. That's where they got the idea for World of Warcraft from. All of the ideas were set in stone already in the original Warcraft game for World of Warcraft. All they had to do was pop in an MMO aspect to it, and there you go. Destiny doesn't have that. Destiny has nothing to back it up. It is literally just World of Warcraft without Warcraft. And yes, while that would have been okay for World of Warcraft, it's not okay for Destiny because Destiny is one of those games where it needed something before it to back it up. It needed a single player game before it to back it up going into Destiny.
All right.
I don't know if I completely agree with that statement because I think they could have done it straight out the gate with it, right? I think
They
their
could have done
problem
it
was
straight out
they
of the gate with
flopped.
it.
It
I'm
wasn't.
saying without touching Destiny as a whole right now, it could be a good game if it had something before it.
I still
Because it needs the
disagree.
major story.
I still
And if
disagree. It's not going to change the story in Destiny whether or not it had a game before it or not.
But as you play
It's
Destiny,
it's
you've
still
got to
going to
admit
have
that
the
it feels
broken
like it's
story.
mostly as you play Destiny, you've got to admit that it feels like it's mostly reminiscing. It feels like it's going back to a previous story most of the time. At least that's what I felt like it was doing. It had the current story, but it felt like there was just it was just kind of it was constantly going back into the past in details,
It
like with
ref-
the story.
I wouldn't say it's reminiscing. I feel like it's referring to past events. But it's like,
It,
oh yeah, there's this thing and there's that thing and there. Yeah, oh yeah, there's that thing and it's like, and now there is what?
It's one of those
exactly.
that
The best part of the story, if there was a game before it that recapped everything that was reminisced in Destiny, if there was a game that took place during the time that Destiny was reminiscing or referring to, then those references in in Destiny could have been a story in itself. It could have been reminiscing as you're trying to take back
but
your planets, trying to survive.
but there again, I still say it wouldn't have needed that if it would go into more detail. The
Mhm.
bulk of what you get out of all them reminiscing parts is everything used to be better. You
But
don't get
Tommy,
told
my
how
entire
or anything. If you were told more information about it, then that would change it. It wouldn't
but
matter if you still had a game before it. That does not change the fact that the story of Destiny does nothing.
But my point is that Destiny by itself, if not touched, would have been a better game if it had a story previously to back it up.
So to
I'm
this, you're
saying
saying
Destiny, if you
that.
do not touch it, I'm saying do not touch Destiny at all. If you add a single player story that came before Destiny as a prequel or an intro a prologue to Destiny, that would have been enough to make Destiny better. Even though it doesn't perfect Destiny by any means, Destiny still has holes in it story wise. It still would have been a better game because you would have had an idea of what went on because you personally experienced it.
Correct
So
me if I'm
you
wrong
knew
here.
what was going through.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. SWOTOR technically does have a story that takes place before it, correct?
Yes.
So if you took every bit of the story out of SWOTOR, would that make SWOTOR a good game on its own?
No.
Exactly. It needs story to make it a good game on its own. It don't matter if Destiny had a game before. It's still going
I'm
to be
talking about
crappy in the
Destiny's
story.
I'm
It
not saying that Destiny would be a good game. I'm saying that it would be a better game.
No, it wouldn't.
Destiny is
That's what
not a
I'm
good
saying.
game right now.
That's what I'm saying. No, it would not be a better game because it would still have the exact same problems. It wouldn't matter if it had a story before it or not. It would still have the exact same problems. It would still not be good story.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be a weaker game in that aspect because now there's something to compare it to that's related to it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, Well, now I'm just gonna go play this other Destiny game that's better.
But here's my
I
thing.
kind of got to agree with that, actually.
But
Yeah.
here's my thing. If that was the case and they created that first game and it was a single player game, they wouldn't have had to worry about the MMO aspect. So they would have been able to build a story. They would have been able to build the story that came before Destiny. And then with that story that came before Destiny, they could have created a real story for Destiny instead of putting it into these expansion packs. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if they started with like a game like Marathon and Halo, it's not an MMO. As long as they started with a game that's not MMO, they could have added multiplayer or something like that, simple. But as long as they started with a basic concept for a story to build off of for Destiny, that is how Halo and Marathon work. Halo 1 had a great story. It had no it didn't focus on multiplayer. As a matter of fact, Halo 1 didn't even have like legitimate multiplayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How big was the multiplayer?
Exact same as all the rest.
That's not saying much compared to Halo 4. But anyway, Halo 1, the multiplayer was simple and it was kept separate from the single player. Bungie had time to focus on the single player for that aspect. Then they could focus on the multiplayer, which was simple. It was just taking the controls, putting a bunch of them together in a room, and letting them go at each other.
Explain to me why they couldn't have done the exact same thing on Destiny. The story
Because they
doesn't
were
change with the
trying to
MMO
push it all
aspect.
together. Because they were separated in the Halo games they were separated in the Halo games.
They're still
But they were
separated
trying
in
to push it
Destiny.
Hang
They are still
on.
they are
Hang
still
Tommy.
separated in Destiny.
Tommy.
The story
Tommy.
does not change based off of the MMO factor. It
Tommy.
doesn't.
Hold on and let me finish and let me explain why I'm saying they're separated. In Halo, they're separated because the multiplayer in itself is different from the story. The story is there and it's a separate choice. While the multiplayer is its own choice as well. Destiny, you are in multiplayer no matter what. You have people that are around you. There's no way to get around that. There's no way to avoid that. Destiny's focus was the multiplayer because of the fact that it's an MMO, and MMOs are multiplayer games. So, Bungie felt that since it's a multiplayer game, they needed to put more focus into the multiplayer because that was the main priority. The single player in itself, there is no single player. Single player is story. Multiplayer is gameplay.
Take
Gameplay
Halo
for Destiny
Reach.
is amazing.
I can break your whole theory. Take Halo Reach. Esports scene was really big at that point. They had to focus just as hard on the multiplayer as they did the single player to push Halo Reach as hard as they could. Failure
Yes,
on
but
either
they
front
had
would kill the sales for Reach.
previous stories to be able to build off of.
No, they
Destiny
didn't.
is a brand new idea. Yes, they did. They had
Reach was
previous
a
stories because
prequel. It had
Reach was the prequel, but they had already referenced it throughout all of the Halo games.
the only thing they
There
referenced
was
out of
already
Reach.
stories explaining what had happened on Reach. Reach blew up. That was the Spartan base. Okay, there were details about what Covenant was there. What parts of the Covenant was there, what parts weren't. Where they were in time, what happened on Reach. I mean, it wasn't detailed, but there was enough there for them to build off of and make another story
The
of
only
another Spartan.
thing in Reach that was set in stone was the very ending of it.
Are we
That's the
forgetting
only
the
thing that was set
books?
in stone.
The
Oh,
book does not cover what
The book,
Halo Reach covers.
none of the books cover anything that goes on in the game series. They are all completely additional material.
That is
But
two
there
separate
are
stories going on
references
Reach.
to Reach. There
Yes.
are references to Reach.
References, but there is
Yes.
nothing about Reach. There's nothing about Halo Reach.
There were enough.
Halo
There were
Reach's
enough
complete
references.
story is pushed just as hard as its multiplayer. They had to focus just as hard on both. Why couldn't they do that with Destiny?
Okay,
Not
I'm
to
done with this
mention, Destiny's single player parts do not change anything when it gets to the multiplayer parts. You can play everything but the boss battles offline. That's what I'm saying. The story itself does not get changed simply because of the MMO. That factor does nothing to it.
Yes, it does. Have you not seen the major differences between MMO games and single-player games?
Every one of Destiny's
Single-player
cutscenes
games.
where it's dealing with your character, you only see your character. You do not see other people that are in there. They are still
Okay. Let's
focused
bring
towards
another
the
series
single
into this
player.
conversation. Call of Duty. What's the main focus of Call of Duty? What's the main focus of Call of Duty? The multiplayer. And the story is crap. Is it not?
It
some of
depends
them,
on where
yes.
you're at.
From anyone who wants to be a part of the single player aspect and not get crapped on, the single player is crap compared to the multiplayer. The multiplayer is the main focus of the games.
Depending on which game you want to look at.
From
Early
Modern
Call of
Warfare
Duty.
1, from Modern Warfare 2 up to now. From Modern Warfare 2 up to now, multiplayer was the main focus. The story was done.
And why was that? Because esports came
multiplayer.
around.
Because esports came around.
The exact
Yes.
same reason why Bungie had to focus just as hard on the multiplayer as they did the single player. The time period you're talking about is around the same time Halo 3 was out. So that's 3 games that Bungie had to focus just as hard single player as they did multiplayer. What I'm saying is, why can they not do that with Destiny? They've already had experience.
Because Destiny is a brand new story. It's not coming from a previous story. It is brand new. They had to start from scratch. They could reference Halo all they want. They could reference Marathon all they want. But in all, Destiny is brand new. They would have to come up with the whole story. And for an MMO, that is extremely difficult. Because take SWTOR. SWTOR had the KOTOR story and the other sequel that we're not going to mention to back it, because there was already a story there.
What did Halo have?
The Warcraft games.
What did Halo have when they first started with it? It had nothing. They had to build from the ground up.
Exactly.
What did Marathon have? They had nothing.
Focused on the single player, because Halo CE was mainly focused on single player. Multiplayer was there, but it wasn't the main focus. Single player was. Halo 2 came around. Multiplayer was a little bit bigger, but single player was still the main factor. Halo 3 came around. That's when multiplayer started getting bigger. But they already had a basis of what was going on in the story so that they could build around it. They already had a story to build around. They had no problem with doing that because they already had something to base it off of. They already had that. So all they needed to do was recreate the multiplayer and make it better. The single player was already building itself. With Destiny,
you know what? I'm done arguing. Let's move on. You're clearly missing the point I'm getting at.
I'm listening to the point you're getting at.
No, you're not. You're arguing it every time I say it.
Okay.
You argue it every time I say it. It should have nothing to do with this. It should have nothing to do with this being a new IP. They've had 2 prior experiences to that.
It's not the fact that it's new, it's the fact that it's new and it's mainly focused on multiplayer because it's an MMO.
It's the
It's
fact
their
that it's
first.
new and they forgot how to write a freaking story because they got so used to pushing Halo.
They got so used to having to work on the multiplayer for Destiny because they had to create something brand new. They're not experienced with MMOs. They had no idea what they were stepping into with an MMO. They felt that MMOs were solely multiplayer, raiding, killing, everything else. The story was there, but it wasn't the importance. Why is that? Because of the fact that the other MMOs exist, excluding SWOTOR, because SWOTOR is still mainly focused on story because of the way it's built. That's separate because
DCUO's
that's
focused
BioWare.
on story. Marvel Heroes is focused on story. I would venture to say Elder Scrolls Online was focused on story.
What is the difference between all of those compared to Destiny?
The only difference is none of them are first person shooters.
No, the difference is they had some kind of background history to everything. They had something to build off of. Destiny had nothing. Destiny was a blank slate pushed into an MMO far too quickly. If it had a game that came out before it came out and gave it a little bit of background history, the single player could have been built better for the game, giving it that fresh MMO experience that people wanted. The single player wasn't there because there wasn't anything to back it.
Like I said, I'm done. Moving on.
You know, for
Jeremy, what's your take on it?
to be honest, you can have a game before Destiny, but it's not going to help Destiny at all. It's going to hurt Destiny
It's not going to
harder.
help the present Destiny. I'm saying if they had created a game before they created Destiny and then used that game as a reference to help create Destiny, there would have been a better story.
It
Because
still wouldn't
all
have
of the
helped because they
previous
still didn't build a
successful
story at all.
MMOs had a story to back it, so they were able to build off of the previous story. Destiny was not able to build off of anything. They had nothing to build off of. They were completely with a blank drawing board. They had to completely redo it. But the problem is, an MMO is mainly focused on multiplayer.
And unfortunately, even if they had a better story, I feel that the problems they still have with the multiplayer, because there's still problems there, weigh it down too much for them to be saved by a good story. Destiny has problems across the board. Fixing one thing fixing doesn't help it at all. It has to be fixed across the board.
What are the main problems multiplayer wise?
It is missing basic functions that any MMO has. Matchmaking. There is no matchmaking for some of the hardest content in the game, which is the strikes. There's no way to match up with people. You just have to grab friends and go. There is no internal chat for the game at all. You can't talk to people. The guild system is broken to where you can have 50 people in your guild, but you can have a maximum of over thousands upon thousands of requests to join the guild. Why?
That is a fair point.
The
I agree
looting
with those.
system the looting system isn't the best in terms of how to do things. Yes, I can either go do a raid or wait till the raid's done and then I can go buy stuff that's better than that raid. So why do the raid?
Fair enough. Like I said, those are fair points. My problem is with what Tommy suggested. I'm not trying to argue with you, Tommy, but what I'm trying to say is the game would have been better off if it had a story behind it. It was starting with a blank slate. Do you know how hard it is to start with a blank slate, have to depend so much on multiplayer, and still have a good single player? You have to focus every part of your game to the multiplayer.
Then here's
Plus,
a
this is
concept. Why
Activision we're
didn't they
talking about.
wait a year? Why didn't they build
couldn't.
the story first? Why
Because
didn't they focus on the multiplayer second?
they had what's it called? Not a due date.
Deadline.
Deadline. They
Which is
had
the
Okay,
a
and
exact
how
same
many
thing.
deadline.
other games has been pushed back? It's not a first. They could have
And just
waited. They
and
pushed
just
it
But if
out when they
Bungie would have
did.
done, but if Bungie would have done that, how many fans would hate them?
They would have been ticked at first, but when it came out and it was good, they would have been fine.
yeah.
I agree
Yeah.
with you with that aspect. Waiting would have been the best idea. But what I'm saying is, it still could have benefited if it had a game behind it. All of the best MMOs
I
have
don't think it
games and
could have.
stories behind it.
I
Name one
seriously don't think it
MMO.
could have.
Name one MMO other than the games that are MOBAs, because MOBAs are their own stories in general. Exclude any MOBA. Name one MMO that doesn't have some kind of previous media behind it to
I'm not
show some
saying
type
that.
of story.
And there again, you're trying to compare it to every other MMO.
I'm not comparing it to
They
every
weren't
other
going.
MMO. I'm
They weren't
saying
going
that
for that,
successful MMOs
and they
work
weren't
like
going
that.
for that.
So they didn't want to be successful? They want to be an MMO, obviously.
They obviously didn't want to copy WoW and just let's do the same thing they're doing.
I'm not saying do the same thing they're doing. I'm saying
by
create some
by
kind of a
making
story.
by making a game first before Destiny that had a story, just like every other MMO that you've been stating,
But
would
they
be copying them. That's what I'm saying. They weren't wanting to do that.
but they would have already had the plan of the MMO. They would have already had that plan of, okay, we're going to create an MMO, but first let's focus on another game to lead into this MMO.
And they would have been copying everyone else. That's what I'm saying.
Marvel didn't plan to make their MMO. DC didn't plan to make their MMO when they made their games, their comics, and everything else. World of Warcraft wasn't planned until after their last Warcraft game, which was majorly successful. Um,
All right.
SWOTOR has the KOTOR game to back it up. The one KOTOR game that's actually good.
I'm gonna step in here. I'm gonna say I think it's time for us to move on because it's the second different article that we have started lots of arguments about. Believe it's time for us to move on.
I said that a while back.
I think enough has
Just
been
gonna
said
point that
on
one
both
out.
sides. I'm stepping in as ref, as host, and going. We ended this discussion. We're gonna end this discussion because I think enough has been said. We're starting to repeat points. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's go talk about BioWare.
Yes.
Oh, I read about this thing.
Everyone remembers Shadow Realms, right? No?
It was an odd thing.
Odd set of teasers that led to nothing. Because
Yeah.
that game's been quiet since then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have news about it, but it's not good news. Bioware's upcoming 4-on-1 modern fantasy multiplayer game Shadow Realms has been rebooted, according to sources at Kotaku. Let that sink in for a second.
How do you reboot a game that hasn't been created?
Like I said, let that sink in for a second. The game was supposedly changed from an episodic free-to-play title to a full release. The news marks the first publicly, albeit unofficial, details regarding Shadow Realms' payment scheme.
Is it still the same idea, basically, the 4-on-1 multiplayer thing?
Maybe, but who knows at this point.
I mean, if they're rebooting it, then I feel like they would possibly throw that 4-on-1 thing out the window and, well, not out the window, but possibly make it another mode. Because BioWare, they're famous for their story. And I think that's why this game kind of disappeared for the longest time because you can't really have a story if it's focused mainly on this one 4-on-1 multiplayer mode.
Who knows? Let's see. Two sources said that they heard Shadow Realms was canceled, but a third reliable source familiar with going ons at Boston Bioware, or Bioware Austin, as I get that backwards, says the game was overhauled in late October and will now have a full campaign.
Okay, so yeah, all right.
Will make use of Origin's service by
Cut
By
out again.
cutting his mic out.
derping. Because that's what it is.
Derping.
What is it?
That's about as far as it got out.
Essentially, my internet's cutting out ever so much to not disconnect me from the TeamSpeak server, but it's making my mic cut out. Because I see on my Hex chat, my ping on the Hex chat skyrockets when that happens.
Huh. That's weird.
I know it's that. It's a momentary cut from the internet, but it causes me to not be speaking. It causes me to be speaking, but not be heard. Anyway, game is supposedly set for 2017 release on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. This is not good. Because you want to know another game that kind of disappeared into the ether after a teaser, and only after a few months of no information has information come out that the entire project's been rebooted.
Last Guardian.
Uh-huh. What was the last thing we heard about The Last Guardian?
That it was being worked on.
That it was being no, not just being worked on, that it was being rebooted.
Yep. But it's BioWare this time. We can trust BioWare. I mean, it's not like they made a mistake or anything recently. I mean, they know how to pull off big stories.
Pull off? Yeah, that's a good statement there.
Are we talking about starting or ending?
Ending.
Yeah, this makes me concerned about this project because this is the second different project that's not just second different project, second different major project from a major studio that has disappeared into the ether, and it's been like, oh, we're rebooting the project, and then it's supposedly supposed to come out in like 2 years.
I don't understand how it could set up correctly though. The way it's explaining it, the game was meant to be sort of like Evolve almost. 4-on-1, that was the main part of the game. 4-on-1 multiplayer. But it says that it's focused on this. It's a story-driven game. How is that possible?
Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead, yes, but the zombie, you being able to play as the zombies was a separate mode in itself. It still had its own story. When it says 4-on-1 multiplayer, I think Evolve. And what's the main thing with Evolve? 4 players go against 1 player who is the Evolve.
Who's to say they don't tweak that concept?
Yeah. They don't try to apply a campaign. To that idea. Granted, no one's really tried an idea like this before, so if they do it, they'd be the first. In all honesty, and I would think
it work though. Like
I don't know. Like I said,
just,
it's the fucking first.
Everything that I've seen, I don't understand.
Any other thoughts before we move? Before we either get into another argument, or can we move on?
Moving on.
Because, like I said,
Holy!
He moved on.
Anyway, as I
That's
said,
a good
folks,
sign.
we have 5 articles before we get to our big topic. We're not even to our big topic yet. It's almost midnight. We've been doing this for about 3, closing in on our 3rd hour. And this was supposed to be a short week. Apparently, I picked articles to hit all the right nerves. Alright. Assassin's Creed the movie has a release date of December 1st, 2016, and they've already fucked up.
Oh God, no,
Well,
no.
that's not surprising.
Upcoming live-action movie based on Ubisoft's Assassin's
Oh
Creed, starring
no.
Oscar-nominated actor Michael Fassbender. That's not the fucked up part. Will hit
I
theaters on
know. I
December
just read
21st,
it.
2016. That is 1 week after the first Star Wars spin-off movie.
Well,
Yeah,
goodbye.
No, no,
Ubisoft,
no.
you're not Marvel. You're not DC. Don't think you can compete at a box office with a major release.
Is Ubisoft actually like?
I believe it's 20th Century Fox are the main ones behind this. But even still, Fox, what the fuck?
No,
Fox be ballsy.
no, no! Don't screw this up for me.
Mr. Fassbender will be the lead role of the movie, and will be directed by Justin Kurzel. Not sure who that is. Apparently, he directed Fassbender in the upcoming movie Macbeth. I think I've seen trailers for that. I'm not sure. As I blow into the mic. Apparently, the film will be respectful to the game. At the same time, however, the actor pointed out that we also want to bring new elements to it and perhaps our own vision of things that already exist in the game. Oh, goody.
Oh God.
Ubisoft has a total of 6 movies in the pipeline. In addition to Assassin's Creed, the Paris-based publisher is making movies based on its Far Cry, Rabbids, Watch Dogs, Splinter Cell, and Ghost Recon franchises. In all instances, Ubisoft will retain creative control through its Ubisoft Motion Pictures Group. Since it won't arrive until 2016, fans of the stealth action series are getting a new game next year in the form of Assassin's Creed Victory, which is set in Victorian-era London, according to a recent leak.
Huh.
Alright. I know him from something I've seen, but I want to make sure it's him. Yes. Okay. Say hello to your Magneto from Days of Future Past in First Class.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Ah. Okay.
AKA a really good job done.
Ubisoft has a total of 6 movies. Wait, they do?
Are you just reading the thing I just said?
I don't remember any of these. Oh, rabbits. Yeah. Wait, Watch Dogs?
Apparently.
When did they make a movie?
It's in. Read the sentence before that.
I'm stupid.
Live with the
Okay.
Glock
Actually,
to
the
half
second.
read.
Yeah, well, it is a sentence before that.
I'm stupid. Anyway,
Okay, Justin Kurzel does not have that much of filmography. Blue Torque, Snowtown, The Turning, Macbeth, and Assassin's Creed, and that's about as short. And that's his entire resume.
Oh wow.
I haven't seen or heard of any of his movies other than the Assassin's Creed.
Apparently, Snowtown and The Turning are nominated for things. So, yay! It sounds like he's an indie director essentially.
Wait a
And this is his
minute.
first big break outside of Macbeth.
Is that picture supposed to be part of the movie? That looks
No,
like-
that's Unity.
I was about to say that looks like Unity.
Also, hello, Lobo. Sorry, didn't get to you soon enough. In the middle of reading articles and doing things. Anyway, Ubisoft, why do you put this movie a week after Star Wars?
You're gonna kill
Because
it.
reasons.
I'm sorry, but if you're gonna put it anywhere, put it before Star Wars. Like 2 weeks before the Star Wars spinoff. It's not Star Wars, but it's got the title in it. Because I guarantee you, no other studio is going to be dumb enough to dumb enough to be like, oh, we're going to put our major movie release after Star Wars, in competing range. The only thing they could have done worse is have this on the release the same weekend as Star Wars.
For the same day.
That's why I said same weekend. Because that's essentially this. Because that's how box office results are tallied, essentially.
True. But I think I say maybe a month after Star Wars would have been fine. Or even 2 or 3 weeks after Star Wars. Everyone's already seen it. Star Wars is one of those big movies where
No, no, no,
everyone that
no,
wants
no.
to see it goes to see it.
No, you put it that month. Because Star Wars will take that number one slot for its entire run, no matter what.
True.
Yeah.
I would
I'm sorry,
So
I
but
would do it before it if you just had to do it in December.
yeah, you do it before you cash in early because you want to get people's money before they spend it on Star Wars. But yeah, as for like, it was like, oh, we've got six other fucking, well, we've got five other fucking franchises in the pipeline for movies, and I go, Ubisoft, you need to calm down, cause okay, how about you take this one franchise at a time? How about you hit the big guys first before we start delving into fucking Ghost Recon and Rabbits
Rabbids
and
kind
Far
of is a
Cry?
big guy with Ubisoft. Have you not forgotten? Have you forgotten the fact that there was a Rabbids TV show? Still
Yes,
is
what
a
happened?
Rabbids TV show that kids absolutely love to death, and that Ubisoft makes money off of every day.
Okay, then have that be like next to Assassin's Creed in your priorities list. But why the fuck are we doing a Ghost Recon's, a Splinter Cell, and a Far Cry movie?
Hey, Splinter Cell deserves it.
What was the last Splinter Cell game?
Oh God.
Blacklist.
When, not what.
Year and a half ago.
GameStop needs to shut the fuck up with the fucking side ads that are loud as hell.
I can't remember when Splinter Cell Blacklist came out. It's been
It
a
has
little
been,
while.
it has been longer than that.
Oh, it was released in 2013.
2 years. Has anyone talked about Splinter Cell since then?
Yeah, but in all seriousness, I think a Splinter Cell movie probably would go over all right. I wouldn't say it'd
Yes.
be the best, but it would be all right. I would think.
Yeah.
Splinter Cell for a movie is, or Splinter Cell for a game is so focused on story that I think that a movie would do it really well.
I think it would probably do better than a Ghost Recon movie. In all seriousness.
Yes. And it is far too fucking soon to try to franchise fucking Watch Dogs. I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah, far too soon.
How about you actually make that a video game franchise first before you start going in and start doing movie deals?
Yeah.
And I'm
And
sorry, but Far Cry, no.
that's more. I don't see
Far
that as
Cry, I
being a
don't
movie.
see it either.
It's too focused on being survival.
And plus, what are you gonna do about Far Cry? Hmm? What story are you gonna do?
Another island with another crazy bad guy.
No, no,
Or are
no.
you going to retell what's already happened?
Yeah. There's a lot of diversity with it. Like, and with Assassin's Creed, you could do anything with Assassin's Creed.
Because it's prominent that it's all throughout history.
Yeah.
It is very simple. It's very easy to tell. It's all throughout
Well,
history.
well, and not to mention, okay, from my understanding of the Assassin's Creed games, you're not playing as the only assassin. So I could, in theory, understand several movies in the same time frame, even.
Yeah. Exactly how the Assassin's Creed franchise is set up now.
Mm-hmm.
I
Splinter
mean,
Cell.
there's a lot of ground they could do with Assassin's Creed.
Splinter Cell would feel right at home with recent trends of action movies being focused on solo hero who has like who has a spec ops background and does crazy shit.
That's kind of why I think that one would probably work good.
Ghost Recon, I think, would fall in the trap of it's a squad movie because I don't think squad movies have went over well, unfortunately. Like I said, Watch Dogs is too soon. If you're gonna do rabbits, how about you consult Pixar on how to do a good animated movie, or consult Disney on how to do a good animated movie before you cash in on this?
Yeah. There's even effects videos on demand that you can watch from Pixar, and they'll kind of give helpful hints on how to do it, how they do their job.
Yeah. But I'm just no Ubisoft. You're trying to do far too much, far too quick. And here's another thing you might want to remember: video game movies have not done well. They haven't at all.
It would be amazing if
Yeah, but in all seriousness, though, if it's done right, I could see Assassin's Creed and Splinter Cell both doing good movie wise.
Oh, I don't doubt that a video game movie can do good. It's just that none has because
Yeah. Methinks he cut
ah,
out again.
where is
Yep.
anyone talking about that movie?
what
Nowhere.
You
The,
kind
the
of
Prin-
what
cut out.
oh, the Prince of Persia movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
kind of liked it, but then again, I'm not affluent with the Prince of Persia games.
But where's talks about that movie? Where's that movie in the conversation of video game movies? Nowhere. Because everyone's forgotten about it off the bat. You know the most prominent video game movies in existence are
What?
the terrible Super Mario Brothers movie, the decent to good Mortal Kombat movie, its shitty ass sequel Armageddon, uh, all the Resident Evil movies as fucking not as fucking depending on your opinion terrible to decent they are, and they have nothing to do with the games. And the one film franchise that no one talks about, even though it's based off a video game.
Postal,
Nope.
really?
Nope.
Hitman.
Nope.
Uh,
The one film franchise we all take for granted.
Need for Speed,
I said franchise.
Fast
And
and Furious.
I said film franchise. And Fast and Furious doesn't count because it wasn't based off a game.
Um, hang on, I'm trying to think.
It's an obvious one, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. You can see some of these movies on Cartoon Network.
I was about to go with Street Fighter, but never mind.
That movie's terrible, and no.
I'm not
Oh,
talking about the
God.
live action ones. There were animated movies.
Yes, but no.
Um, Mortal Kombat. If he cut out, he cut out.
Did you cut out me calling you a nitwit for mentioning something I said fucking earlier?
Wait, you mentioned Mortal Kombat?
I mentioned Mortal Kombat in fucking Armageddon.
Oh, sorry.
And yeah, you did cut out.
Fucking Christ, Internet. Why are you being a pain in the ass today?
Wait! Oh, wait, no, you said it was on Cartoon Network. Never mind.
What were you thinking?
Either Resident Evil or Silent Hill.
I mentioned Resident Evil and Silent Hill doesn't count because When is the next movie in that franchise?
It's like got a couple years on it. I know it was like announced, but it's got a couple years before it's gonna come out apparently.
Exactly my point. It is the fucking Pokemon movies.
Oh my god.
Because guess what? They're still coming out!
Oh my god. I'm so stupid.
You know, the movies, the TV series, the one thing we all take for granted. There's some actual good fucking movies in there. But do we count them in terms of video game movies? Nope! It's because they're animated. Pixar made a living off animated movies, and so did Disney. Oh, we also forget them because they all start in Japan. They still they
True.
still come over here to America. Hell, at least one of them got a theatrical release. Actually,
Wait.
four of them got a
Pokemon-
theatrical release.
Wait, Pokemon started as a card game in itself? I thought the card game kind of came with the show when it first came out.
The card game came after a point in the show. It started as a fucking game.
Oh, okay. Did he cut out again?
Apparently,
Yeah.
as I was saying, there is a video game that lets you play the Pokemon card game that came back out on the GBA. So no, it did not start as a card game.
Okay. Are there any other game-related movies?
There's a bunch, but half of them suck. So we're not going to talk about this.
Wasn't there a Mafia movie?
No,
There wasn't?
no. There are movies that are that tell the story of people in the mafia, but none are based off the fucking video game.
Okay. The Halo movie,
The Halo movie doesn't exist.
the miniseries was actually turned into its own movie, apparently. Apparently they put
No,
all the episodes together with no commercials and everything else and turned it into a
that
movie.
doesn't fucking count as a movie.
To Netflix it does.
Netflix can fuck right off with that one. That does not count as a movie. That counts as you going, oh, we're going to put all the episodes together because we put a DVD out that cut all the episodes together because that's how it was fucking meant to be. But guess what? That still doesn't count as a movie. That count- Alright. Any other thoughts on all this before we get to
Huh?
No more thoughts. Right.
you want to debate?
About the Assassin's Creed movie?
We're moving on. Apparently someone doesn't understand the running joke I've been trying to make.
I'm trying to ignore that fact because this has been just too many arguments between all of us, or not all of us, but just between me and Tommy.
That's because the two of you butt heads very often.
I don't try to.
It comes down to your personalities, is what it is.
Sorry.
It happens.
Trust me, I know. That's why I sit out for most of them, because I'm like, I just gotta let you two have at it. Because eventually you'll butt heads long enough that you'll both give up.
True.
Or like tonight, I realize how long we wind up butting heads, and it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm tired of fighting. Fuck it.
Exactly. Because I know trying to step in won't fix it. Because I'll get pulled into the argument then. What I gotta do is I let it go, Let you two duke it out until you're both done. Or till you both go in circles long enough that I'm just like, I'm fucking calling it. Because we've been arguing the same points for a while now. Because trust me, I want you two to go go and listen back to your own arguments, and see how much you go, how many times you argue over the same thing.
Oh, I bet if I had a counter, that it would go up really quick.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now that we have done about 3 hours worth of talking about 5 articles, let's do 3 hours on our fucking big topic. Because why not?
Oh God, don't give us a goal, please.
We are not arguing. We're not doing 3 hours of this because I don't think we're capable of doing this.
I don't think we have enough to go off of for 3 freaking hours.
Hey,
All right.
wait! This year's 2015.
Yes.
Has there been any news about Rainbow Six Siege?
Nope.
Because they
Yes,
said something
and-
about once 2015 came around, they were going to announce a little bit of news about Siege.
Yes, Glock, in the first 10 days of the year, they're going to release something. I'm sure that was not meant to be literal.
Atlas said something
that
about
game is just, it's one of those games where
Glock. Atlas said the same thing about Persona 5 about releasing information after New Year's. Guess what? I think the information
Cut out.
cut out again.
I think the information disappeared.
yeah, the information about it to dick and all. So there you go. 2015. We are, I want to say, entering a. I hate to say this, and I kind of hate to say this. A critical year for Sony and Microsoft for their consoles, because I'll be honest, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, you need some fucking games, for God's sakes.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they're wanting to slowly phase out the 360 and PS3.
Yeah.
They
Guys.
really need to pick up the pace, otherwise they're wasting their time.
Guys, let me tell you a personal experience. You know what console I played?
And he
You know what
cuts
console I'm
out
playing?
again.
The most this Christmas season.
Your internet hates you.
Apparently. I don't know why.
What'd you say?
I was playing my Wii U the most this Christmas. You know the last time I played my Wii U before this Christmas season?
When?
Last Christmas season when I got it.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And I think he... Yep. You cut out again.
I don't know. There's nothing I can do. There's
It's not your
nothing.
ping. Your ping didn't do anything stupid, so I don't understand that.
I don't either. I don't know what's going on. I am literally talking into the mic. I am not changing tone enough for it to cut out. I can't be. Alright. Anyway, the Wii U has, and the games associated with it, have topped many people's top 10 of 2014. Why? Because they actually got some fucking games on their console. Whereas you two have done nothing.
Yeah.
Except, I don't know, had your online services go out in the Christmas season multiple times.
But Grand Theft Auto 5
Came out on previous gen consoles.
And was a
But
re-release on the new consoles.
But it was a re-release, and you got first-person mode,
Whoop-de motherfucking doodah.
and Assassin's Creed Unity. I
Was
can't
received
say much.
poorly.
I like that game.
Was
I can't say
received
much.
poorly.
I'll say again, I can't say much. I actually like that game. I'm one of the few. Y'all haters can hate all you want. I'm one of the few that actually like the game. It has a good story. It has bugs. I don't care. It has a
Yeah.
great story.
Yeah, truthfully, the biggest problem I have with the new consoles is the simple fact of there's like 2 games on each of them that are console specific that I would be interested in.
Yes.
Like Uncharted for PS4
Simply because of the hype, yes.
and
Little Big Planet
Little
on
Big Planet,
PS4.
and then for Xbox One, it's
I'm not
Sunset
going to
of
help you
the game
any
by
on this.
Insomniac. The game by Insomniac. Hold on,
Don't
hold
help him.
on.
Oh, good
Don't
God.
don't
No,
help him.
no, no, don't,
I want
don't,
him to
don't,
flounder
don't. I know it. I know it. I know it.
because this is horrible for him.
Um,
Fucking theaters had fucking the theater had a commercial for it, and they specifically were saying like Xboxes, the game, and I was like,
Oh.
fuck you. It is Insomniac's game, you asshole. Don't fucking be
um,
like Xbox presents this game, and I'm just like, no, no, no. It's Insomniac Games' game. Fuck you.
it involves the
Uh.
sun. The name involves the sun.
You picked it up because
Oh,
I slipped on that syllable.
oh. Wait, what? I picked up what?
You picked up that word because I slipped on that syllable.
What syllable?
He started to say it, and we kind of kept cutting him off.
Yep.
I didn't even hear him, but okay. Um,
He
uh,
literally got sun out, and then that was as far as he got.
Yes.
but
So I'll be
uh,
honest. I, I,
uh,
I would say this year is
Sunset Overdrive. Ugh.
there
yes,
you go. That and Master Chief Collection. That
yes,
that's literally the only 4 console specific games that I would have my eye on at the moment.
yes. And apparently, Master Chief Collection's multiplayer is still broke as shit.
I wouldn't care. I
It's
would be
hard to
more
fix
I
something
would be
that
more
broken.
happy with the single player.
I played it one time, and I'll say something right now. It is hard to fix something that broken.
Oh, you actually got it installed.
Oh, I got it installed, and I decided I was gonna try to play the Halo multiplayer, and oh dear God, it is hard to fix something that broken.
Sounds like someone needs to stream it.
Because I want to
During the
see some proof.
multiplayer? Are
Yeah.
you
No.
kidding? I
Well,
sat
well,
there for
yes,
30
but
minutes.
yes, multiplayer, but no. Mainly single player.
I want to do it when one of y'all gets the chance to get it and come play it with me so we can do it co-op.
That ain't happening anytime soon.
Yeah, that ain't
Because
happening anytime soon.
here's the thing, Glock. I'll be honest. I'm probably getting the PS4 before an Xbox One. Because at the very least, I can know that there's franchises I give a shit about on PlayStation.
I might be
On X,
inverse. I don't know.
on Xbox, I can go.
So apparently he has nothing to say about Xbox.
Oh
Oh,
god.
what? You have another console that I give a shit about? Oh, wait, you don't, Microsoft, because you're terrible at this thing. Oh, wait, you did manage to get the rights to Kingdom Hearts 3 on your console.
Um, but
Bravo, I don't care.
What did you say about something about what you cared about my Xbox?
Oh, Kingdom Hearts 3 is coming to Xbox One.
No, before that.
Uh, uh,
And
uh,
before the whole getting Xbox One, before that, like the first thing you said after you said something about the PS4, the very first thing you said with Xbox, because you said something about Xbox and then your mic cut out and we heard nothing.
I was gonna say, it was essentially Xbox One. Microsoft does not have exclusive franchises at all. They don't, even though they own the entirety of Rare's catalog.
true.
They got
Which is pretty
Gears.
sad.
Because think about it. What do they have? They've got Halo, eventually. They've got Gears, that is stuck in developmental hell. They've got
Sunset Overdrive,
which isn't a franchise.
not yet.
that they paid Insomniac to make.
Maybe Insomniac will be interested in making more.
Yes, after they make the next Ratchet and Clank and make $1 million off of it.
Fair
Um,
point.
Oh wait, no, they're not gonna worry about making a game because they're making a fucking movie. And you know who's gonna see that as soon as it comes out?
Wait, you're talking about the Ratchet and Clank movie.
Bravo, good sir. Way to not hear the syllables I actually say.
And actually get through TeamSpeak.
Wait, you said Ratchet and Clank?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
I
Step
only
one.
heard something about, wait, not a game, movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I said after they make $1 million on the game. No, wait, no, they're not making another Ratchet and Clank game. They're making a movie. It's like, oh, we're not gonna make a game. We're just gonna make a movie, and then we'll make a game based on the movie.
Let's see.
But yeah, in all seriousness, I don't know when I'm gonna get an Xbox One. Truthfully, I don't see it anytime soon.
Oh no.
Um, Boomball for Connect is
You
Xbox
said it right there,
exclusive.
Connect.
Connect can get thrown right out the fucking window. I'm sorry, but no.
The Connect's
Connect-
alright, but it is got too many flaws in my opinion.
It can't sell the console. It can't.
No.
It hasn't, and it won't. They have literally gone, it literally went and said, you know what? Here's an Xbox One without a Connect.
Because
That,
they know.
that shows how much they give a shit about the Connect.
Dance Central is exclusive to Xbox.
Again,
Bra
Connect.
fucking vo, that's one Connect franchise for you.
Fable,
Wait, that's your only Connect franchise for you.
Fable Legends.
Yes, Fable, the game that is stuck in limbo between whether it wants to be a Kinect game or a controller game.
Yes, and also the front, and also a
Forza
friend.
Motorsports 5.
Good for you.
Yay,
There are
Microsoft
other
has
racing
a
games that
racing
do
game.
exactly what you do. Literally what you do. Sony has Gran Turismo. And you know
Like
who
you said, the Halo franchise. Killer Instinct.
that's a part of Rare's catalog.
Connect Sports.
Yeah. That's
Revert
also a part
back
of Rare's
to-
catalog because Rare makes that.
I'll also revert back to previous comment about the Kinect.
That interesting idea that's supposed to apparently actually turn into a franchise, even though the first game hasn't even come out yet, known as Phantom Dust.
Oh, right. Another teaser for a game that doesn't exist.
Wait, what do you mean it doesn't exist?
Have you heard about anything of the game since E3?
Oh, that's true. Oh wait, no.
Then it doesn't
no,
exist.
No, it wasn't the first game. I'm sorry, the first game was actually on the original Xbox. I'm stupid.
Yeah, yes. Let's make a reboot to an obscure-ass title for the Xbox.
It was a cult classic, apparently.
It's obscure. Cult classic is just a nice way of saying obscure.
Power Star Golf.
Oh, goody, you have a golf game. Nintendo's been outdoing you for years already. Hell,
That
there's a
Quantum-
PC game
The Quantum Break game that's supposed to be coming out soon.
Oh, right, that game that's supposed to have a TV series, except Microsoft's whole TV division got shut down like a couple months ago. So
That probably means the game's in developmental hell now, too.
Oh, and it also looks like a generic third-person shooter that has some time manipulation mechanics and doesn't look that special at all.
Tomb Raider, the Tomb Raider franchise.
Yes, That game that's coming out on PC.
Rise of the Tomb Raider? No, it's not.
Isn't it a timed exclusive?
Nope.
Oh,
Solely
good
for the
for
Xbox One.
good for you. You have Tomb Raider. See
Okay,
how long
well,
that lasts on Xbox One.
Course,
I guarantee
course,
you, it will go to another console eventually.
course. I, quite frankly, I've not been a huge fan of Tomb Raider stuff, but that's just me.
I mean, I'll be honest, that might be one for them, but I don't see that potentially lasting long on Xbox One
I don't
solo.
either.
now. Are you kidding me? Screw you.
What?
Bloodborne
I
is
mean,
PS4 exclusive.
I mean,
Switch.
it, that's my biggest problem with Xbox One right now. It's not got enough stuff to draw one way or the other.
But you know what PS3 has? PS3's got Uncharted. It's got Little Big Planet. It's got Batman. Granted, two of those are a bunch of those are multi-platform, but I've played those on PlayStation and I like those on PlayStation.
It's got Infamous.
It's got Infamous.
Yeah, but
Got
also,
Killzone.
okay, if we're going back to last gen, look at what 360s had for it too, though.
Oh, I'm talking about Infamous First Light and Second Son.
Yeah.
I mean, in all seriousness, if we're going back to 360 and PS3, then both have their draws.
Mm-hmm. The problem is Sony's is getting there first
Yeah,
for PlayStation 4. But anyway, so yeah, 2015 is it's a I wouldn't say it's a do or die year, but it's an important year for both of these consoles because they need to both step the fuck up. Because
seriously.
Nintendo's like, here's your Smash, here's Bayonetta, here's Hyrule Warriors, here's all sorts of games on the Wii U, and guess what? Guess what you get next year? Legend of Zelda, Star Fox, and who knows what else.
I mean, I'll be flat honest. I'm either getting a 3DS or a 2DS next month.
What is the 2DS? I never understood.
It's essentially a 3DS that's been flattened out and taken the 3D out of for a cheaper price point.
Hmm.
It more
Yeah.
depends on whether or not I want to spend a little bit extra because I'm thinking about just getting a used console from GameStop either way. But it's kind of going to depend on which way I want to go with it.
Do you
There,
think it would actually be possible to get a used PS4 right now from GameStop?
oh, I'm sure it's entirely possible.
I'd say both that and the Xbox One, it'd be entirely possible to find used ones.
But they're probably still super expensive.
I don't know.
It's used, so I wouldn't expect it to be super expensive.
They probably knock like $50 off of it, and that's their used price.
Because that's totally a superb price difference.
Yeah,
That's actually not too bad of one, though, in all seriousness.
Yes.
Because you got to
let me see.
also think right now, pre used consoles aren't going to have that much wear and tear on them.
No.
So, I mean, $50 off probably is not that bad of an idea.
True.
All right, so 2015, I think we can all agree is a big year for those two. It's a big year.
It's make or break for Xbox though.
I wouldn't say it's make or break because to be honest, you could have said it about Wii U 2 years ago, and they didn't
I
really
don't
do it.
know.
But then they had a really good year.
Wii U still had some time and some people that were still kind of this is still a pretty cool idea.
People were calling gloom and fucking doom on Nintendo for fucking years until this year, and then they all shut the fuck up because they all got their Smash and they were all happy.
this year's not going to be a make or break for Xbox One, and I'll say it simply because of one game that will definitely at least help level the playing field, if not lean some people a little farther to Xbox One, depending on what Sony has, and that'll be Halo 5.
Yep.
It'll be simply because of the name.
It's got Halo in the name. It's obviously good.
Do I need to remind people of what happened with Halo Wars? That was the one that everyone flocked to it because it said Halo. Everyone failed to realize that it was not like the rest of the Halo games.
And then everyone threw that black sheep off the fucking cliff, except for me, who loved it dearly for what and for all of its quirkiness.
Hey, I liked it.
I love that little black sheep of the family.
It's one of those that
The
it's going to
skirmishers
have
annoyed
Halo
me,
in
though.
its name, so it's going to help turn the tables. Now, I think this might be not necessarily a make or break for Xbox One, but it could possibly be the start of one for PS4 if it don't have the right lineup coming for it.
Well, well, I have an interesting note about Halo Wars. We want to diverge for a second. Um, Tommy, have you said before that you speculate that Halo 5 will bring back the Flood?
I figured that might be a possibility.
Well, they've kind of already set up how to do so.
Oh, God.
You remember how the Spirit of Fire is kind of stranded?
Oh, God.
I believe the legendary ending confirms that there's Flood on the Spirit of Fire.
Oh, those
Oh.
douches.
You know that Halo comic that's been in that Dark Horse releases?
And he cuts out.
He cuts out on one of the most important conversations of this
You know
night.
that Halo comic that Dark Horse releases monthly? Halo Escalation?
I think you've mentioned it. I don't think I've seen it though.
Well, there's a scene at the end of an arc that shows the Spirit of Fire completely abandoned, and one little popper goes across the panel.
Oh God.
Those
So,
douchebags.
so, ladies and gentlemen, that Flood you finished the fight with on Halo 3 will be brought back because of Halo Wars. Therefore, everyone can have a new reason to fucking hate Halo Wars.
Oh
And
God.
I will laugh my ass off when that happens.
That will be so funny.
It's so trolly, too. It's literally by design back to Flood.
Oh God. I at that point I will applaud 343 simply for doing that. Because that will be funny.
Yeah. Because Bungie never touched Halo Wars. They were
No,
just
they
like Ensemble.
realized that everyone got ticked off about that one and was like, okay, fine. We ignore it too. We're with you.
No, they're gonna screw with us. Not only is the Flood back, the Flood's your allies.
No, that won't happen.
For some reason, the same thing that's threatening you is now threatening the Flood, and the Flood's like, you know what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That won't happen because the Flood are essentially the zombies, so they're mindless.
But it's proven that some of them do have minds, and those are usually the controllers of the pack.
Don't you mean the Grave Mine? He kind of dead.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
kind of been blown up.
But
The-
I'm confused though because, well, no, they are still active. Never mind.
What,
I
the
I
Halo
was gonna
rings?
say technically, isn't the Halo rings kind of defunct?
No, they're active and being decommissioned at the moment.
Yeah, I think installation 04 is the only one that is completely destroyed.
Twice, mind you.
Yes.
Because we not only blew it up once, we blew that some bitch up twice. Just a spite spark.
Blew it up twice in a matter of 3 games.
Yep. Because fuck him.
Uh,
And then we were decommissioning, what, 7? Was it
was
7
it?
and 4?
I thought it.
I don't
I don't
remember the
know.
number.
Something was one. You might be right, but some part of me was wanting to say it was 3.
That's probably 3. It's one of the rings is decommissioned at the end of 4, and you get a glimpse at it. Just be like, hey, there's a Halo ring. You're not on it, by the way.
Yeah, you kind of go buy it.
Yeah, we break tradition. You don't go on a Halo ring in a Halo game. Ever.
Nope, but you get to see it.
Yes. Anyway. I think the 3DS, to get back to 2015 predictions, I think the 3DS will do well because the 3DS has a catalog of games and they're building strong. The PSP might as well be fucking dead, and so does the Vita, in all honesty.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're kind of dead. You're dead to everyone, including me. And I love you, and I love my little PSP.
But you know what I think has kind of caused the downfall of the PSP and the Vita?
Sony not giving a damn about
Not so much that,
them.
but excluding games. Name one thing that you can do on a PSP that you can't do with a smartphone.
Sorry, I'm back.
You can watch UMD movies.
And how useful is that?
Not very well because they dropped that shit as soon as they got the Vita out.
So, really nothing?
Pretty much.
I have a funny feeling smartphones and tablets have kind of helped kill the PSP and the Vita off the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I think it was a combination of Sony really didn't want to push a handheld on top of the rest of technology caught up to it. And it's like, well, oh well.
Oh, good Christ.
What?
Well, I was going to say, our next thing would be looking at this list of games that are coming out in 2015 and giving our thoughts. And WWE Immortals comes out the 15th, which means it comes out
Thursday?
Thursday. And then I went to the wiki page, and I went to the Facebook page, and there I see John Cena as not Superman.
Oh boy.
I will give you the fucking link to this.
I'm scared to see.
Also, the Bella Twins are totally not Sub-Zero and Scorpion right there. Totally. Nope. 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 But at the very least, this is from NetherRealm, so they're gonna rip off, and they're ripping off something. They're only ripping off themselves.
Pretty much.
Uh, but yeah, there's Superman Shane, Superman Cena, and all his fucking no-selling glory. He's got the fucking shield with the fucking John Cena fucking logo on it. Good fucking Christ. Put a motherfucking cape on him, please. Just complete the look. Put a cape. But apparently this game is coming out to iOS and Android devices on the 15th. If there's a demo, I will check it out, and I will bring impressions to the Friday show, the Friday Rampant Gaming. If I fucking can. Nope, 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 nope. HD, 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 HD. A SpongeBob game because there's a movie coming out.
Yeah.
Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Hey, that's a new game, and it's coming out on the Wii U. And there's Evolve, but it comes out on PC too.
Yeah, I tried running the beta for that, and my computer can't do
I never tried out the beta.
it.
Resident Evil Revelations 2. Yay. Coming out first on PS3 and PS4. By a day.
Oh.
Order 1886 coming out to PlayStation 4 to no one's fucking give a shit radar. Because
Pretty
I think
much.
at this point. Codename Steam coming to 3DS. DMC Definitive Edition. There you go. Let's get a for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Yes, let's remaster the Devil May Cry game that everyone fucking shat on.
Might as well.
I am still amazed to this day how much people shat on that fucking game, and it is not that bad. More Dark Souls 2 DLC coming out in April. Mortal Kombat 10 coming out to all sorts of platforms besides Nintendo ones. Mighty Number 9 coming to all sorts of platforms in
Oh
April as
yeah.
well.
Oh.
Which,
Oh yeah. That's gonna have a 3DS release.
yeah,
Ooh.
a 3DS release and a Vita release and a
Ooh.
Wii
I
U
have a.
release.
I have a funny feeling I will probably be buying this on 2 different consoles.
I will probably just buy it on PC if I feel like it.
I'm thinking that's definitely gonna be one.
Hmm.
But at that point, I plan on having a 3DS, so I might pick it up on 3DS also.
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
But you got The Witcher 3, Batman Arkham Knight. Folks, avoid the news about the statue that came with the collector's edition at all costs. It does spoil the game very hard,
Glock, please
potentially.
pay attention to that because he told me, and yes.
What?
The statue for the Arkham Knight collector's edition, the
Yeah,
news about it, super spoilerish.
ignore it at all cost.
Hmm.
Okay.
Ignore at all cost. Let's see, Assassin's Creed Rogue coming to the PC, and then Victory comes out later. Yay! Another Assassin's Creed game. But you know what you can get? Bioshock Infinite on Linux.
Oh, wow. They're adding Linux support?
Yep, early 2015 apparently.
I just want to see I just want to see Ubisoft come back from their mistake with Unity, even though
They will.
Depends on what studio's running this Assassin's Creed.
I have a funny
Assassin's Creed
feeling.
3.
I
Okay.
have a funny feeling what the problem was, in all seriousness, was the fact that they tried to push 2 Assassin's Creeds out around the
Mm-hmm.
same time frame. I'm wondering if they didn't push one ahead, and that's what caused all these problems.
Mm. But they do connect to each other.
True, but I mean, would it have killed them to have let it stew for a couple more months and maybe
I
fix
don't know.
all the bugs
I don't
that
know
they
if Glock
had?
wants me to spoil how they're connected.
You probably don't want to.
Does he? Do you?
He's ignoring us.
Sorry,
Uh,
what?
I
do you
told
want me to
you.
spoil how Rogue and Unity are connected?
No, not yet.
Okay.
What is Rogue?
The last gen Assassin's Creed game that came out this year.
Crap. I never
Yeah.
did play that one.
That's because it came out the exact same time as Unity.
What exactly was Rogue?
It's about an assassin turned Templar doing shit.
Assassin turned Templar.
Yes.
It's about assassins, not.
That has not stopped them before.
But yeah, that's where I kind of think the problems with Unity came in. They tried to push too much too quick.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess that's fine if you've got competent studios behind it that are going to be producing flawless work as they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's one of those out there.
We're apparently getting Crackdown 3 at some point this year.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
Yeah. Except it's on Xbox One.
Xbox One. Eh.
Yes, if it eventually comes out, because that's going to be the obscure ass franchise at this rate.
Yeah.
Well,
One you
favorable.
skipped that I think needs a little bit of a mention because I've seen some of it and it looks like it's the Twisted Metal we need. That Carmageddon reincarnation. That looks good.
I don't think I've seen anything for it.
It puts me in a mindset of the old Twisted Metal games.
Yeah. Because I know I have experience with the PlayStation 3 one, and it is shite. Oh, the controls are terrible on that.
By old, I'm talking about PS1
Yeah.
kind of Twisted Metal. That's the kind of Twisted Metal I'm getting put in sense of with that, and I hope it stands up to that too.
Up. Here you go, everybody. Final Fantasy VII coming on the PlayStation 4 as the PC port. but, but on the flip side, you get 10 and 10.2 HD remastered on the PlayStation 4. I know people love 10 and 10.2. Godzilla the game, Gran Turismo 7 coming PlayStation 4, Gone Home coming for Wii U. H1Z1 coming PlayStation 4. That's another zombie game. Halo 5 Guardians, Halo Spartan Strike. For all you folks who love them top-down Halo shooters.
Oh God.
Another Hearthstone expansion.
No,
Another
I don't
Hotline
think
Miami.
that's an expansion. I think that's a new port.
Is it?
I don't think it's on Droids right now. I think it's on iOS.
Oh, okay. So, there you go. There you go, Android players, and get your Hearthstone fix.
Eh.
Hotline Miami 2. Infinite Crisis is apparently getting official release this year. Apparently.
I thought it was.
It's been in beta.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said it's getting an official release this year. Killing Floor 2, which I'm sure some people will be excited about. There we go. Lightning Returns. Experience the end of the trilogy.
Bite me.
Aw, you don't like Lightning?
Bite me.
I'm tired of 13.
It's such an unlucky number. Especially for Final Fantasy.
Ah. And they drug it on. That was what was bad.
Yep. The Mad Max game. And a game that continues to make me go, the fuck is up with this game? The Phantom, Microsoft 5, The Phantom Pain.
You know, I am looking through some of the freaking Wii U releases, and I swear I want to get a Wii U now.
Like I said, Nintendo was like, oh yeah, we're gonna start kick things off this Christmas season with a whole bunch of games, and we're gonna keep it going. So suck it, boys.
They're doing good. I'll give them that.
Yep. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate for 3DS, Minecraft Story Mode, another Naruto game, No Man's Sky, another Octodad for those people who love those type of games.
That one's actually already out, ain't it?
I have no idea.
I think that's just a re-release on Vita. There.
Oh goody, another
Probably is.
re-release.
And honestly, I'll admit, Octodad, while it's terribly controlled, it's actually a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool experience.
I think it'd be one of those games where I would have
the
to
comic
turn it
relief that
into a
gets it.
YouTube video just to make fun of it.
It's one of those games. It's the comic release that gets it all the love. It's one of those games where it's just kind of it knows it's a joke,
So what you're
so it
saying is it's a
exemplifies it.
simulator game.
No, God, no,
No,
Oh,
no.
that is wrong for that one. No.
That is a cruel joke for that.
oh.
Now if you wanted to say that about I Am Bread, then yes.
Yes.
People hate that fucking game, and I go, the fuck were you expecting?
I, part of me wants to get my hands on it just to see if the controls are really that shitty. But then
Use
part of
use a
me is like,
controller.
I am not paying for this game.
Use a
Because if the
controller.
controls are that shitty, I am not wanting to say I've paid for it. I am
Use
sorry. I will try it if someone lets me, but otherwise, no. I'm fine with not trying that game.
Again, I say this. The fuck was everyone expecting? These are from the same people who made Surgeon Simulator.
And I have heard that the controls for that game are complete and utter shit.
What do you expect when it's like, I control my hand with a mouse and every single finger is a button? I've heard good things about this franchise. One Piece Pirate Warriors, the third game's coming out. And oh, the thing that's the character that comes with this game. I know things about the One Piece story, and I know people are gonna flip the fuck out about getting this game.
Um, I just saw something, and I know this is completely off topic here.
What?
Look at the Pure Solar HD. Why the hell is someone developing something for the Dreamcast?
Because people still make things for the Dreamcast. I'm not kidding. People actually make games for the Dreamcast.
That wasn't one of those that I thought that might be a typo or something, because no, it's completely linked and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I know that is someone seriously putting it in there like that. That's why I'm like, huh?
Yep. Persona 4 Dancing All Night comes out this year. Persona 5 comes out in Japan this year, more than likely. We aren't going to get that game until next year in America. Fucking assholes. I love you, but fuck you. Quantum Break comes out this year. Apparently, Ratchet and Clank comes out this year. Rise of the Tomb Raider comes out this year. Shovel Knight for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Vita with a Kratos bonus boss. Apparently, Sonic Runners. May have God have mercy on its soul if it's worse than Sonic Boom.
Oh God.
Star Fox. Yay! If it comes out this year.
I swear, if I see something good out of uh anything up until its release, I swear I will do whatever it takes to get a Wii U. At that
I,
point.
I'm halfway there. I will fucking like midnight launch that bitch. Star Wars Battlefront's coming out this year. Yay! State of Decay re-release. Elder Scrolls Online apparently is officially coming out in spring 2015 for whatever fucking stupid bullshit reason. The Legend of Zelda Wii U game. But in the meantime, we get a more Majora's Mask 3D.
Ooh. I bet that'll be a good one.
Mm-hmm. You even get like a Skull Kid statue with the special edition, I believe.
Huh.
Rainbow Six Siege and The Division is supposed to come out this year, but who knows? Bear in mind, everything we're reading off right now is like extremely tentative.
Yeah.
Uncharted 4 looks to be coming out this year. It's on the cover of Game Informer for February.
Speaking of the two Tom Clancy games, I'm thinking, didn't we have Division footage? Like, almost, like most of the level at E3?
Yes.
So I would
It's not
probably venture to
exactly a
see
level
that one.
though.
An encounter.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say you can't exactly call it a level though.
It's pretty much an
True.
encounter at that rate.
But I would probably venture to say that one would be out this year. At that point.
Then we got a bunch of worldwide releases. That's kind of a whole lot of stuff we've already talked about. So yeah, I think it'll be a good year for gaming. I know everyone was like, this past year was disappointing, and I think people are being a little being a little too much about it. And I think this year was pretty decent all around. We had some good games, we had some not so good games, but it was a good year overall, especially if you had a Wii U and a 3DS.
You know what I'm seeing though, a lot of
I
even
know
right
they have a
here.
lot of
I
A lot of re-releases.
I'm
no.
seeing I'm seeing a lot of that,
Hmm.
but I'm also seeing a lot of PC and Nintendo based stuff. I mean, there's some PS4, Xbox One specific stuff, but I'm not seeing a lot right now.
Mm.
I'm wondering if that's going to change.
Well, part of me hopes that would change, and also I just want to say this for all those who are like, "Oh my God, Nintendo's in so much trouble with the Wii U." Um,
Not
what do you have to say
really.
now? What? I can't hear you over you playing Smash a lot. Just saying.
Truthfully, this might be the year, especially if Legend of Zelda and Star Fox pull out good this year.
Well, I know
This
one
might be
thing.
the year for Nintendo to just capitalize and take both Microsoft and Sony to school.
Yeah. Well, I know one game we're not getting this year.
Oh boy, what?
There won't be a mainline Mario game this year.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
I saw an article today that said that was the headline, and I'm like, I guess they came out and said that they're not doing a mainline Mario game this year, and I'm like, all right, that's not new for Nintendo.
I guess that probably more comes down to they're focused on other stuff this year,
Yeah.
which is
God.
probably a good thing.
Oh. Oh, if that Star Fox is good, I'll be like, yeah, uh, Nintendo, you've been shit on for the last little bit, but you know what? You're good in my book.
You know, if they pull out a over the top Star Fox and Legend of Zelda game,
Mm-hmm.
that probably will put them back on top, at least for the year.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, I have to wonder if Uncharted and Halo could even hold a candle in the light that Nintendo's going to be shining on.
I I will support Sony as much as I can because next to Nintendo, I like Sony. They got a lot of good stuff I like. So
Sony's fucked up less. Let's just put it that
yes,
way.
I mean their online service has been down a lot more this Christmas season, and
But not as bad as Microsoft. I swear Microsoft just about every week or two they were down again.
oh, I
I mean, really, I heard more out of Xbox Live going down than I did out of PSN.
no. I've heard the opposite. I saw another article though saying PSN was down for some people.
I mean, granted, I'll admit PSN's been when it goes down, it's been down longer than Xbox Live,
Yeah.
but I think Xbox Live's actually went down more.
Mm-hmm. All right. Shall we wrap up real quick with releases and quick draws?
I guess we shall.
Well,
And
we
I
got
think
two
I got to
releases.
get I got to get to the next week.
Well, you got one release there, and then a release another week, and that's it. That's it. It's
Uh,
nothing else.
we need games coming out so we can talk about more releases
Yes,
and
we need
have
to talk
some
about
weird
more.
releases.
Yes, we need more dumb, weird releases like that one fucking Jesus game that I can't think of the name of because that was just like, the fuck is this? Wait, is that no? What?
Oh god.
How does
What
this?
was that game?
I
Can't
don't
remember
even
right
fucking
offhand.
remember. I think it was some religion game that involved zombies. It was a side-scrolling shooter, I think.
I think, yeah, I think you're right on
Hang
that.
on.
But I can't
Gamer
remember
Bell.
what it was.
Fist of
Uh,
Jesus.
yes.
Yes.
Oh my god. Anyway, Tristoy is coming out on the 15th on PC, and Citizens of Earth is coming out the 20th for 3DS, Wii U, PlayStation 4, Vita, and PC.
You know what they don't have listed?
WWE Immortals.
I can't believe that.
You,
Oh, just wait until our next.
Oh god, Glock's doing that again.
trust me, folks,
Wait, what?
that's not the weirdest thing I've seen related to WWE today in terms of Super Cena. Literal Super Cena. But you won't find out about it. Because I want to. I. This thing even baffles me.
What is that?
Alright.
But with that being said,
Quick draws we go. And mine goes to AGDQ 2015. My god, I've been watching too much of this marathon. A marathon of some of the best and finest runners, well, speed runners, that there is today have gathered together to speed run their games for Prevent Cancer Foundation. And they have raised God knows how much by this rate. Because I think they're about to wrap up the Super Mario Sunshine run.
oh,
Let me see. I'm going to crank open the stream real quick. They have topped League of Legends multiple times throughout the week, and it has been glorious to see random games top League. I want to say $667,000 raised just on their tracker. This does not count the Humble Bundle sales, the sales with the Yeti, the subscriber, the donations received from subscribing to the Twitch channel, because 100% of all the subscribing to the Twitch channel goes to Prevent Cancer Foundation. It doesn't count like any of their sponsors who are selling stuff. I think Tiny Build, Something Artistic, and yeah, those two are also doing like special sales on their stuff. So a huge amount of stuff. Like they will potentially crack 1 million before the end of this weekend. And it is going through to the weekend. But I want to spotlight one specific little speed run.
we're watching the video on this.
Oh, we are not watching the whole video. I'm going to give you a time code to go to.
Okay.
And then I'll set this up. I'm going to make sure we get to the point real quick.
I'm back.
46. Alright. We're going to go to the 12:45-ish marker.
Where are we going?
12:45-ish marker on my quick draw.
Okay. At the 12:45.
Here comes Pokemon plays.
The title kind of spoils it, but I need to set this up first. This is from the Taskbot crew. They essentially run a bot speed run where a computer does the speed run.
12 what?
It's a bot that does the speed run.
12 what?
45. Anyway, they have, through the use of a Super Game Boy that is attached to an SNES that has a Pokemon Red cartridge in it, they have done something called a triple total control. What you're about to see is done through the Super Nintendo, through the Super Game Boy, and through said Pokemon Red cartridge. This is 100% legit. This is something they did live on stream. It
Wait a
took
minute. What?
it took nearly 12 minutes 45 seconds for this shit to get set up. But you will not believe what you're about to see. Are we all ready?
Yep.
At the 12:45.
Starting up the video then in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, Twitch chat.
Twitch chat, say hi to the couch.
Wait.
In case you're wondering, that is the Twitch chat live from the stream when this took place.
Twitch chat.
Like I said, this is through a Super Nintendo, a Super Game Boy, and Pokemon Red that this is being done. All thanks to a bot speedrunning.
Oh god.
Felix.
And yes, it does have emotes.
You're gonna have standing ovation.
I'm surprised we have no reaction from Glock.
This, I love this. I
Yeah.
think I watched it actually.
I
I don't think I watched
don't-
it live, but yeah.
I got nothing.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
Everybody spam Franker Z.
and that, ladies
Bam,
and
Franker Z.
More Franker Z. We need more Franker Z. Come on, bring it on.
Where's all the Franker Z? Come on, Twitch lag.
A little bit of Twitch lag here. Here, it'll come on. I mean, I knew it was uncontrollable, but this is a little crazy.
I think we'll stop there because
Got that camera.
the point is proven.
Oh, there we go. Now it's
Yeah,
there.
Franker
Yeah.
Z.
But yeah, that happened. And that is only the tip of the iceberg in terms of runs that have been done.
I'm confused now. Explain again.
It is-
That's using the Game Boy screen.
No, using a Super Game Boy that is that is what is used in a SNES to play a Game Boy game.
So the Game Boy game isn't being played physically.
No, it is.
How is it being played if the chat screen is up?
Because that's how they got that screen up to begin with.
The Pokemon game's playing Twitch.
Yes.
That is amazing.
Exactly. There
That
are
is absolutely
so
amazing.
many more runs that have been done in AGDQ 2014 this year. Not 2014, 2015. There's a Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn run. There is
Silent Hill Run.
one of the guys from Giant Bomb. Did I need to find the name of the game?
There was a Silent Hill Run.
Thank you, Luck. Everyone heard you.
The first time.
Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. That was
Oh,
Giant
Jesus.
Bomb.
Please tell me someone played Mother Trucker.
No, but
Dang
this
it.
is fantastic. It's a game that you literally can't lose because the
Wait,
AI
what?
doesn't move.
Wait, what?
It's a racing game where the AI doesn't move. There's the
have
two
to
Mike
see
Tyson.
this.
There's two
What's
Punch
it
Out
called?
ones. There's the Ninja Gaiden race. Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. There's a Shovel Knight run that I haven't seen yet. There's a Super Monkey Ball Deluxe run that is really cool if you want to see some physics manipulation of a video game. There's a Donkey Kong Country 2 run. There's a Castlevania Symphony of the Night run. There's so many runs. And guess what, folks? It's not over. in just a little bit, a Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2 run will be happening. And I believe the game is Kingdom Hearts 2.
It's
And
winning.
yep, by a good like $2,000.
Oh wow. So yeah, it ain't the other one ain't catching up.
And there is a bid war to determine the top 5 songs that the couch will sing during auto scrolling sections.
Oh
They are
god.
all Disney songs. The top 5 are I'll Make a Man Out of You, Be Prepared, Gaston, Let It Go, and Friend Like Me. That is your top 5. Others in contention are I Have a Dream, Go the Distance, uh, Hittigus Field, Everybody Wants to Be a Cat, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, Poor Unfortunate Souls, and Canine Crunchy's Canine Crunchy's Jingle. All you can expect in the next like couple hours as the Super Mario Sunshine run is going on right now. The incentive has been met for level 1 organization data refights, which should be fun. There's a Dark Souls 2 run coming up. There's a Final Fantasy 7 run coming up. There's a Super Metroid run coming up. There's a Legends of the Ocarina of Time run coming up. There's so many like runs still left to come, and there's so much there. Game's done quick. It has been a blast to watch. It's actually been the only thing I've been able to watch on Twitch because no one else I follow has been streaming besides us. We're the only crazy some bitches who are like, we're gonna stream during AGDQ because we don't care.
Show's got to go on.
Uh-huh.
I enjoy AGDQ. I had never seen anything from AGDQ until this year.
I think I saw SGDQ from last year.
I
Yeah, I
never
think I
saw
watched
anything from
some of it
AGDQ
with
until
you.
you introduced it to me. When was it?
I think like Tuesday night it was like, hey, I'm watching the Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn run.
Yeah,
You
and I was
know,
just like, "What's that?" Because I'm a questionable little brat.
and you decide to fall asleep like partway through it.
I know when I miss Silent Hill.
You can go back to the archive and watch it. So yeah, hit up GameZoneQuick.com on or GameZoneQuick on Twitch. Hit up GameZoneQuick.com. Donate. Go watch some speedruns. Have an absolute ball. Also, the Arkham City run is absolutely hilarious because of all the snark. I
Oh,
love all that snark.
snark.
Oh, they are snarky bastards with that game,
Oh,
and I love it.
oh God.
They're just snarking it up every few minutes. And I love it. Also, just let you know, Tommy, the Halo 2 run still hasn't happened yet.
Really?
Nope.
Huh.
110 tomorrow. Or one no, not tomorrow. Today! Also, all
I'll have
child
to check
dungeons in
that out then.
Ocarina of Time blindfolded will be during the setup for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Huh.
So yeah, all sorts of fun to be had, and that's my quick draw. As one big shout out to HDQ 2015, and hope you all enjoy the last 24 hours of it. So Tommy, your quick draw.
Mine's actually going to be kind of a quick one. It's going out to the recent, and I realized that I can't spell. Um, uh, Mine goes out to the recent Twitch reward that we achieved that I got started, and that is the Halo Hasso run, which after the first one I kind of realized that maybe that was a dumb idea. So, solo attempts, I'm removing iron, but other than that, anytime I've got someone else that is playing with me, then yeah, iron's going to be on. Uh, but so far, I've got the first two parts for Combat Evolved. Each part's going to be a level, so obviously 10 episodes. Just going to point that one out. After Combat Evolved, I'm going to move on to. I don't know if I'm going to move on to Reach or 3. I've yet to decide on that one.
3 would probably be the easier of the two, from my experience.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I kind of want to try to get, if at all possible, I kind of want to try to be able to do the rest of them co-op. Kind of do this one as a solo, and then us work on the others as a co-op.
That's a
Seeing as how you're
possibility.
the only one with 3 and your 360 does not want to play nice, I
No.
might go ahead and do 3. I don't know.
And my Reach copy does not cooperate with campaign.
So that would have been Glock.
Yeah.
Hee
What?
hee hee.
What? What I miss?
You and me doing Hasso on Reach.
Oh,
To be fair,
oh,
it would be harder
balls.
than Halo 3 because Halo 3 does not scale for players.
Oh, balls.
Because it does. I don't know why they didn't do that because it's the dumbest thing in the world.
Yeah, that kind of
Because
is.
it makes
What
doing
is
Legendary on
AVG
that
in?
stupidly easy. What?
What is AVG in?
The angry video game nerd?
Okay, never mind.
Why?
Because I've seen it repeated a lot during AGDQ
Oh.
Um,
reason.
and then also obviously Halo 4. I was gonna try to see if both of yuns would, but 360 issues on your end, so I know that might not happen. But that's
I
gonna be quite a ways off before that even happens.
I hope to have the 360 replaced in like the next month or so.
Truth to
Hope.
be known, I've still got roughly 2 months worth of recording in CE, because that'd be 8 more episodes, and I'm doing one a week kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe by that point you'll have yours up and running.
Yes. As soon as I take a stick to everything technological in my fucking room because nothing wants to be cooperative.
Yeah, that's what's actually kind of holding off the other Twitch reward right now.
Yeah. Because I'm just gonna explain the whole story right now. I've been trying to do a let's play since like middle to late December. Problems. Way back when, way back before this, I recorded a first episode of Marvel to Alliance, and I've been sitting on it. And I figured I'd put it out. I figured I'd edit together, put it out. Until I realized my microphone didn't record it. It didn't record. And by didn't record, I mean I have a file that is the exact amount of time I recorded, but it is silent. No audio. It is just silence the entire time.
Other than game audio, right?
No, this is just a recording for the microphone. The game audio recorded. The game recorded fine.
Oh, I see.
Because I
If you were
record
trying
game
to
and
do a separate
microphone
audio.
separate. Yeah. So that episode 1 was scrapped after recording 30 minutes of it, 30 plus minutes of it. So I tried again. I tried to get an episode. I tried to do Marvel Within Alliance and have it released on Christmas. Well, I did another recording, and I come to find out that my microphone picked up my TV the entire time, and I didn't find this out until after I was done recording. So that's another 30 plus minute video scrapped. Then I get the Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, which I tried recording this past week. Lo and behold, what I believe is a driver error, a driver issue, caused my capture device to flip out and not connect properly to my computer in my Wii, so I would have a frozen screen on the capture device and no screen on my TV. Thus, and this was after 40 plus minutes of recording that it finally crapped out. And I was Yeah.
You kind of cut out
where did I cut out at?
after the.
Oh. So yeah, you've heard the entire you've heard all my woes as I've recorded 2 hours worth of shit for a first episode of a Let's Play across 2 Let's Plays. And I have nothing to show for it because they have all been scrapped because they are all shite. All due to technical errors.
And cut out again.
Oh, dude, technical error.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Just fuck you. And now my internet's not going to be cooperative today, thus just rounding out my whole technical issues this week.
Tech just hates you.
Apparently. Even though I try to treat it well.
Take a stick to everything tech.
Apparently. Apparently that's what I need to do. But yeah. That has been my woes for the last half a month.
So,
Trying to get something together.
so essentially, what that's boiled down to is, so far, I've been the only one able to pull anything off.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it frustrates me to no end because I wouldn't mind having problems in a recording if I wasn't almost done with the fucking recording. And or done with the recording and going back and editing.
Yeah, but like I said, you gotta look at it this way, too, though. It's better that you know it's goofed up before you've uploaded it than after.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've gotten down. I've honestly figured out my entire editing program because of all this, except for deleting parts. But I will soon find that out when I have an actual fucking episode to edit.
Oh,
and
you
not
don't know
just
how to cut parts?
I'm aware of it. I just haven't sat down and actually done the process to do so.
Ah.
I've
okay.
read about it.
Because I was going to say, I've done that. I did that on the first one.
I believe it's easy enough.
I didn't do it on the second one because the total recording time came out a little over 30 minutes. So I was like, that's fine. I'm just going to leave that one raw.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're right.
What?
Cena is Superman? What?
Oh, trust me, that's not the weirdest thing WWE related I have seen today.
Really?
Uh-huh. I'll show you after the stream.
Roman Reigns is a Spartan? Or a Roman soldier? Whatever you want to call him.
I was about to say, that's a Roman soldier get up.
But anyway, if
Glock,
there ain't
you're
nothing else to add, Glock,
Yeah.
your quick draw.
Alright, my quick draw goes to the list of nominations for the 2015 Game Developers Choice Awards. Let me just state that Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor is listed 5 times out of 9 awards.
My God, that has been a dark horse all of 2014, and
Let me tell you the games that it's listed in: Game of the Year, Innovation Award, the Best Design, Best Narrative, Best Tech. The only others are Best Audio, Best Visual Art, Best Handheld, Best Debut. That's it. That's it.
Wow.
I thought it was kind of cool that for best design, Dragon Age Inquisition got listed as well. Although Hearthstone is listed a couple times here too.
Is it in Best
Hearthstone,
Portable? Because I'm gonna smack somebody if it is.
it is. It's in
Fucking
best
Christ.
handheld mobile. Yes,
Okay,
it is.
but okay, with this one, I can at least pseudo understand because it's not just best handheld. It's considered best handheld mobile.
Yes, but that's a PC game. Stop putting it in handheld categories. Just make a fucking PC category.
I know.
You fucking twats.
I agree. Don't get me wrong, but at least this one I can understand.
Hearthstone's also listed as one of the choices for Game of the Year, along with Destiny, Alien Isolation, Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor, and Bayonetta 2.
I am glad Bayonetta 2 there. Destiny, what the fuck? I'm sorry, Destiny, but you are not Game of the Year material.
No.
You're
We've
not.
already had that discussion.
You're not. Isolation, you probably get a pass by me. Hearthstone, fine. But I think you were in beta before this year, and I'm really getting tired of having of that. It's like, oh, we're gonna count a game once it's actually released, not when it's in beta. Except it's a public beta, and everyone has access to it, and it's pretty much a complete game, like fucking Hearthstone was. So it was pretty much out then.
Personally, I've not seen much out of Shadow of Mordor, so I don't know necessarily whether to toss that one in there or not. But
For me,
I can understand Bayonetta and Isolation.
For me, Shadow of Mordor feels like they took the controls from both Assassin's Creed and Batman Arkham games, crunched them together, and then threw it in the Lord of the Rings settings.
Along with their Nemesis system, which is probably the best thing that come out of the game.
Yes.
Also, apparently an honorable mention was Smash Bros. 4 for Wii U.
Yep.
How the fuck is that just an honorable mention?
Don't know. Dragon Age Inquisition is only an honorable mention.
How the fuck?
Same with Titanfall and Far Cry 4.
And Valiant Hearts? I want to know how the fuck the discussion of these went down.
I want to know how Destiny got in front of all these.
Yeah, how the fuck did Destiny get in, but Smash out? Fucking Smash, not only...
any of the honorable mentions. How did Destiny beat any of them?
Yeah, as much shit as Destiny gets on a regular fucking basis.
I don't think Destiny is Game of the Year material.
No, it came out this year.
Did?
On Wii U.
Oh.
And it was great, according to a lot of people.
And Hearthstone, I feel like, it's...
Destiny and Hearthstone shouldn't have been up there.
They really shouldn't have.
Yeah,
I feel like Dragon Age Inquisition and Super Smash Bros. Should be up there.
Smash definite. The other four, honestly, I could see that being a toss-up going to any of the four. That's not a put down on any of them. That's not a put down on any of them. That's just, they're all good games.
I go Inquisition all the way. I'm totally not biased.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. Smash did what Destiny couldn't. Smash lived up to the fucking hype and exceeded it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear people complaining about Smash? No. Why? Because people love fucking Smash. They love the 3DS and the Wii U version. Yet. The what?
They ain't released the Mewtwo DLC yet.
Well, yeah.
And I can understand why Alien Isolation is there. That was honestly a really great Alien game.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine as a good like round out pick. Like,
and
I don't
they
expect
say
Alien.
They say games based off of movies can't work.
They usually don't.
There's fucking two right there.
They usually don't. That's
Put-
the big thing.
Wrap your head around this. GDC, probably the most respected award show there is out there, or at least the most respected award you can get out there, not only has one video game based on an existing property, but two games based on an existing property nominated for fucking Game of the Year. Wrap your fucking head around that. If
And
that doesn't
honestly,
defy the law,
I can't disagree with either one of them.
no. If that doesn't defy the laws of gaming and the laws of the gaming industry, I don't know what will. Not only that, but you have a Nintendo game that is a third-party Nintendo game, mind you, a card game, and an MMO, all nominated for Game of the Year this year from GDC.
Also, one of the games based off of movies or other media. Yeah, that game's listed in 5 different awards.
It has constantly been a top 10 game from many people this year. It's like the dark horse of fucking 2014. It's the game that came out, no one saw coming, and it's just impressed everybody it's hit. And on top of that, honorable mentions: a first-person shooter that is not Call of Duty, a side-scrolling adventure game
That
based
was
on World War II.
amazing.
Well, multiplayer
You cut out.
that's not Call of Duty. Far Cry,
It's Far Cry.
Double cutout?
Game of the Year.
Yeah,
I
double
hesitate.
cut out.
Blah, 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 blah. That's a really diverse batch for Game of the Year from GDC.
Didn't even mention Dragon Age. Thanks.
I said Dragon Age.
It
You
cuts
didn't
you
hear
out.
you.
Yeah, that's what it did. So yeah.
And then on top of that, best debut, Shovel Knight, which was the Yacht Club games, Respawn Entertainment with Titanfall, The Astronauts with The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, Stoic Studio with The Banner Saga, Upper One Games with Never Alone. Honorable mentions were Dynamite, Counter Spy, Hinterland Games by The Long Dark, 1337 and Senri by Leo's Fortune. I don't know if that's the game still or not.
The game
Yeah,
is in the
so-
parentheses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Machine Games with Wolfenstein The New Order, and Hipster Whale with Crossy Roads. What the frick is with all the weird names? With
Oh.
Hipster Whale? What the frick?
Also, the Spoiled Toy Biscuits top 10 games, Wolfenstein: New Order was his number one.
I'm not shocked. It was a great game.
That
Best
was told.
design. Best design. You'll be proud of that because Shovel Knight's one of the nominees.
Shovel Knight should get all the fucking love because that is a fantastic little game. That is like the dream Kickstarter game right there, and it will probably be like the best known success in terms of Kickstarter. Besides Mighty Number 9 when it comes out.
What is Captain Toad Treasure Tracker?
It's essentially a puzzle platformer.
Based off of Mario. Okay.
Not just Mario, puzzle platformer levels from Super Mario World 3D.
Oh, okay. Let's see. You see all those games. I don't want to repeat them because they're all super long except for Shovel Knight and Dragon Age Inquisition. Best handheld was Threes by Servo, Super Smash Bros. 3D by Nintendo.
Okay, why is Bravely Default in the honorable mentions? What the fuck?
Bravely Default should be. Hearthstone should be out. No, 3 should be out. 3
Like
is
Hearthstone,
basically a reboot of
threes.
2048.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what either one of you fucking are, but get the fuck out.
3 is
Bravely Default
basically a
deserves some
reboot of
glory.
2048 with 3s.
Yeah.
Bravely Default. Oh, they're also making a second game called Bravely Second.
I know that.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome.
You haven't even played Bravely Default, have you?
I watched playthrough of it.
Alrighty then.
I couldn't get my hands on it, so I watched the playthrough of it. For best visual art, Monument Valley by Us Two, Hohokheim by Honey Slug and Sony Santa Monica. Sony.
Child.
Child of Light by Ubisoft. Bayonetta 2 by Nintendo. And Alien Isolation by Sega. Never Alone is an honorable mention, along with The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, Transistor, and Broken Age Act 1, along with Destiny.
Transistor should you give some love to. That is a beautiful game as well.
And when it comes to visual art, I can understand Destiny being somehow in that category. It is a semi-pretty game.
Yes, but if we're gonna talk like visual art, I rather go for art. I rather judge art styles rather than just how pretty something looks. I would rather look at art styles, and Transistor has a unique art style to it.
Very, very good point. What is
Also,
this 80 days? What is 80 days? I have not seen
I don't-
anything about this game. I've never heard of it. They mentioned it twice. It's
I
in
don't-
two different categories.
I don't know. Also, Glock, Bayonetta 2 is not by Nintendo. It's by Platinum Games. Nintendo just paid Platinum Games to make it on their console.
Oh, okay. Now, best narrative, 80 Days by Inkle Studios. This War of Mine by 11-Bit Studios, which... This War of Mine is awesome.
That game that kick you in the fucking nuts.
Oh God, if emotions can make you, if any type of sadness will make you cry constantly, if any type of serious emotion will make you cry constantly, do not play that game.
Nope.
That is a very psychological, emotionally saddening, depressing game, but it is great. Kentucky Route Zero, Episode 3. No idea what that is.
Nope.
Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor. Again, that is the fourth that it's been in
That's
so
it.
far.
It's a dark horse.
The Vanishing of Ethan Carter by the Astronauts. I've heard that name before, but I don't know what it is.
I have seen it. It's apparently a really, really realistic looking game that has some of the best textures in the industry.
Okay. Dragon Age Inquisition is an honorable mention, along with Valiant Hearts: The Great War, Tales from the Borderlands Episode 1, D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die, Hatoful Boyfriend.
Wait, isn't it that pigeon dating? Ah,
Yes.
fuck. Why?
Before you even had to say it, I knew. It's just, yes.
Why is that best narrative?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, but no, get the fuck out.
Ask the game devs. They brought it up. Best audio: Alien Isolation, Hohokam, Destiny.
I think that's just hokum.
Oh,
'Cause that's a
possibly.
drug.
Yeah, okay. Transistor, and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, with honorable mentions of Child of Light, Far Cry 4, D4, Bayonetta 2, and Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Persona Q should be in there, just saying. Totally not biased on that option.
I can understand Destiny being in there.
Yeah.
But Persona Q has some fantastic music in it. Gotta give some love to Persona Q. Come on. Unless that doesn't count for this year.
No, this doesn't count for this year. Because of reasons.
Alrighty. Best Tech. Destiny.
Yes, best tech for a game that doesn't understand MMOs apparently.
Just hold off. Wait, just wait. Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor, of course. There's this fifth. Wolfenstein: The New Order, Elite Dangerous, and Far Cry 4, with honorable mentions by Assassin's Creed Unity,
Fantastic! The other major game that was broken this year.
The Last of Us Remastered,
Why the fuck isn't that not in the actual category?
Seriously.
Fuck you.
Sunset Overdrive,
Why is that not up there?
Alien Isolation,
Hell, why isn't Last of Us Remastered in Best Narrative? You fuckheads.
and
No.
Infamous Second Son.
Like, no offense, but what the fuck?
What the
Like, if you're not gonna
hell?
nominate The Last of Us, at least nominate the fucking DLC for Last of Us, because that's a fantastic little narrative that just was like, wait, what?
You know what I don't understand?
What?
How come four of the 5 honorable mentions are better than most of what's in the actual category?
That's because it is the Sony trinity of badass developers. Insomniac, Naughty Dog, and Sucker Punch are all there.
That's true. Plus that
Ah.
one Microsoft, but that's just Insomniac. I mean, Creative Assembly with Sega. That who would they really go with? Sega's more geared towards PlayStation, aren't they?
No. Sega, if
Microsoft?
anything's done more with Nintendo.
More with
Yeah.
Nintendo, but I'm talking about between Microsoft and Microsoft and Sony. They're more geared towards Sony, aren't they?
No, they kind of shoot down the middle with them two.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've done exclusive deals with Sega, but that's with Nintendo, but that's about it. Otherwise, they're like, oh, we're perfectly fine multi-platform.
Oh, and here's a shocker. Guess who Game Informer is rooting for to get Game of the Year?
What?
Shadow of Mordor.
Ah, fucking course. My God, that game is getting all the love from all the fucking critics.
Oh god.
Oh.
Let me quote him. I'm rooting for Shadow of Mordor. Personally, I'm rooting for Shadow of Mordor. Forgot that one word.
Yeah, totally not biased right there.
Totally not. Also, I just wanted to bring in a quick shout out for Rainbow Six Siege. There's a little bit new news with it. There is a rule for this entire game. Each game mode you play, you get 1 life. There is no respawn in this game.
Goody.
And I'm okay with this. Why? Because they decided to set up something called support mode. Basically, when you die, you suddenly take control of cameras and drones.
Oh, the thing they showed off their demo.
Yes.
Alright.
It's called support mode, and that's kind of like once you die, that's it. And the main reason they wanted to get rid of respawning is because they wanted to promote tactics, cooperation between the teammates.
So basically, they want to make people suck less.
Yes,
Yes.
because they were tired of seeing people focused on kill-death ratios. As a matter of fact, they said most of the developers that they knew that were long-time first-person shooters found it difficult because... Here, let me quote them. They found it difficult because they were only good at reaction time. They weren't communicating, playing tactically, or thinking about the consequences. Their kill-death ratio was high before, but after introducing 1 life, they stopped thinking about kill-death ratios and more about how each player could work together for the win.
Yeah.
You know what I'm gonna say?
That's gonna get.
That's gonna be good concept, but people are gonna shit on it so hard it's pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, I've already read the comments. It's half and half right now. I am reading it half and half. I have seen comments that are just like, yay, it'll run away all the COD fans. I've seen comments that are just like, I'm so tired of respawns in shooters. And then I've seen comments that are like, this is so stupid. COD goes one way with making it too easy to respawn, and then you go far too far the other way with making you not respawn at all. You should do respawn counters.
AKA, no one's happy. They can all fuck off.
Oh no no no!
Because as long as it's,
There are happy people. There are happy people.
Truth to be known, I kind of would be fine with seeing something like how Vegas did, and kind of have like so many respawns.
Oh, most of the hardcore Rainbow Six fans hated Vegas. Most of the real hardcore Rainbow Six fans hated Vegas because it felt arcadish to them.
Eh,
Because they were used to Vegas being the realistic shooter. You die, you don't come back.
I still think you should have that buffer area in case you just fuck up.
I think there should be specific game modes. Like in the major campaign, it'll restart the mission. In some multiplayer modes, and in some multiplayer modes, you have respawn. So that was my quick draw about Rainbow Six Siege and the GDC awards for 2015.
and that will pretty much do this on this mega fucking episode that was supposed to be short of the Gaming Saloon. Good Christ, this is gonna be so long.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know it.
Sorry, it was my
I
fault.
blame the news because it incited many arguments this week. There, therefore, I blame Twitter. Therefore, I blame myself because I'm the one who picked these fucking articles. So yeah, expect this on the YouTube next year when it finally gets uploaded. Because it'll take that long to get fucking uploaded, apparently.
Because
It'll probably
media
take
hates
all
you.
of about 5 hours.
Yeah.
No, I've got it this time. It's not him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But,
if it's my fucking internet, it won't cooperate at fucking all. Anyway, tomorrow, Yu-Gi-Oh! That will be far.
He cut out again.
Yep.
You know what? Tomorrow, Yu-Gi-Oh! Have fun.
Oh god.
I'm gonna see if
Please
you're all
don't.
that thought I cut out right there.
Please tell me you cut out.
I cut out on purpose.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
But yeah. Last episode of season 6.
Thank fucking Christ. Anyway, for Glock and for Tommy, I'm Peace. Good night and good morning, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow for TGSR.
You mean today?
I said good morning, you nitwit.
So if it's good morning, that means today.
You nitwit.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to cheer everybody up a little since I know I kind of caused everybody's mood to go crappy.
That
Please do the outro so we can end this fucking episode.
works for me. As always, you can find the Gaming Saloon on our site at tgstgsr.org. Don't forget to follow us on our social medias, on Twitter by following at tgsaloon, on Facebook at facebook.com/thegamingsaloon, on Google Plus at google.com/plus tgstgsr.org, and on YouTube at youtube.com/tgsaloon. Till next time.